messed around and went into 13 hours. What's going to happen on YT? See what he says.
You let me know if there's someone at the door, right?
Yes, brother. This thing got turned up the wrong way here, and I'm like, Dag, what do you do? Because I don't know nothing about no YouTube, right? This thing, I'm looking at this thing, and I'm like, Dag, how far did I go? Because they be at you. You know what I'm talking about. They get at you, so I didn't know what the heck be going on. He says, 8 ping. Hello, my new friend. Thank you for coming in. Thank you, thank you. How you doing, 8? Thanks for stopping in. I'm chilling with Brother Marquise. Brother Marquise said, is this new? Hey, hey, you know how we do. You got to be like a dog and shake them fleas off your back. I got somebody new here. Blessings to you, brother. You already know. You put them blessing, blessing goes up. He said, nope. Blessing goes, prayers goes up and blessings come down. You heard? He says, I just went through. Yeah, I know that. Hey, honey, I know that's right. I know that's right, bro. I'm telling you, this here, we got a lot going on here in the world, man, that people don't even understand, the unseen. What's really popping out here, you know what I mean, in life? We got so much stuff that we ain't even covered yet. We ain't even touched the threat, and we think we doing something. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot more to go, and I keep telling, no. And I keep telling people, y'all, listen, get ready. Get ready. Please get ready. Because I'm telling you, ain't no stopping. We're on the move. We got the groove. Remember that song? I don't know if you remember that song, Brother Marquis. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. We got it. We got the groove. No stopping. Hey. No stopping. No stopping. Yes. Old school. We won't let nothing hold us back. We gotta get our act together. And if you never been let down before, I know you refuse to be held down anymore. Oh, that was a good song. My mother and them used to play that when I was a youngin'. Old music. Yes. I want you to listen. I ain't no singing. To every word I say, ain't no stopping us now. That's the music my mama and them used to play when I was a little old rat tail. Oh yeah. We got the groove. Come on, see, they don't know about all that good old music back, Barry White and all that. Come on. Al Green. This is my mom and them stuff. They used to be having them 8 tracks, 44s on the go. There you go. I got you. I got a package that they're picking up. Running a little business from the crib. All that music. All of that music back when I was a child. Barry White. That was some good old music. Teddy Pendergrass. A lot of that was my mama and them stuff. Back when I was a little kiddo, little booty nose. I used to remember that song, and I used to love to hear it. Don't you let, yeah, I'm finna get it.
Oh, okay.
Don't let nothing stand in your way.
No. No, I got.
I need you to this chain one more time for me, because I had it on, but it was too loose. I'm talking to my brother Marquise on the tube. Say hey.
Hi.
How you doing?
How you doing?
You sound terribly tired, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. All right, have a good one. Yes, God bless you. Amen. God bless you. Here you go. He is awesome. Yes, I gotta figure out what I'm. Yeah. Time to turn up and have that good. I need get it in, my friend. But yeah, brother Marquise, you know that good music. See, back when they was having all that good music playing, honey, folks was together the right way. That good music. I remember we used to have the 8 tracks. See, back when I was little, I remember, I don't know if you remember this stuff, when I was little, they would have that big old, it was a big old, I can't even say it, it was like a big old case. And you would have the TV on the bottom, 2 speakers on the side, and one side you'd play the 45s, and the other side would be the 8 track. All that together was a component set. Play them 44s, you know what I'm talking about. Mom and Dad used to slow dance. Yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Dad get a little frisky, give her a little dip down, a little peck, and y'all giggy, as kids, you know what it is. Back in the days, that good old music, it ain't hurt nobody. Huh? Any what? No, you got to redo it, because when I use it, I rinse it off. Yes, you know what I'm talking about. Yes, them, and you know what? Them sets back in the days, oh my goodness. Them TVs will last forever. Them old TVs, because it'd be that bubble back, but it'd be encased. You know what I mean? It'd be encased. And that whole set, we used to call it a component set. And Mom and Daddy would tell you to stop jumping around, because the needle would drop across the album and scratch it. You know what I'm talking about. You know what it is. Oh yeah. You know what it is. Back in the day, all that good old stuff. Because see, people don't realize that a lot of times when people look back at stuff, they say, oh, that's old, that's corny, that's from back in the day. But I tell you what, a lot of that stuff is coming back in style. And a lot of times back in the day, kids was doing a lot more positive stuff outdoors. People was staying in good relationships and marriages. People was going to real churches, really, doing their thing. Oh yeah, we know what it is. We know what it is. When you come from that good, you know what time it is. When you come from that good, you know what time it is. You can't nobody tell you different. When you came through like that, can't nobody shut that down. Because all that stuff comes back into play, like I said, with all that good music. That comes back into play with, all the cartoons we talk about that we watch back when we was kids. This was back in the time, we were kids, but that music that I'm talking about, like, Barry White and all them kind of guys from back in the day, Al Greens and stuff, that was their mama and them stuff. and we was kids tooting and listening, running and through listening to it. But all them cartoons and stuff is what we had going while Mom and them had that certain set of music. You know what it is. You know, back on the good foot. I said that's why. Too big and heavy. The TV is very. It's why I hated moving furniture. I'm telling you, you couldn't hardly take nothing, because everything was glued to the damn floor. That stuff was all, you know, encased in like oak wood. You know what I mean? Sealing what? You couldn't even take the stereo or the 8-track because it was all connected. And you definitely ain't going in there to steal a loaf of bread, because see, we didn't ate that for dinner. You know, the clothes, you ain't looking for no clothes or shoes, because the shoes is runt over. Clothes got holes in it, they ain't coming in, they ain't gonna be able to get nothing. You know how that goes. We know how this plays out. And that's what I mean, real heavy. Honey, let me tell you, and don't mess around like when us as kids, we used to wrestle around like that and end up hitting your head on that TV on the corner. Shh. Honey, let me tell you. You definitely be in the Twilight Zone, the Matrix. Because that there will knock you loose. There's so much good stuff from back in the day that I wish that a lot of this stuff they would implement in today's world. You know what I mean? Also, you know, I encourage people, wherever you at, get yourself together. He says, don't talk about it. I know, right? You know what I hear you, brother. And I tell you one thing too, folks better get out, whoever can vote, you know, because certain folks in certain places can't vote. Like in Canada and different places, folks can't vote. But I tell you, if you can vote, pay attention. But I'm going to tell you something. Never watch out for who's out here in this politics and who's out here running. Because a lot of times what people don't understand, when you deal with anything with, like, you know, the certain communities, like for instance, like if you talk about, and no disrespect, I don't want nobody in the bushes to fall out, to trip, the bug out on me. But when you go back into looking into Martin Luther King and folks like Malcolm X that came through and stuff, they did not fight for rights just for a certain race. They fought for all minorities and all people that were discriminated against and abused. But nowadays, folks come into office and they're only fighting for the people that they stand for only. They're not for the world, you know, and that's sad. Very scary and sad. But it's the truth. See, they don't understand the difference. I'm sorry about that. I'm checking the person that just came to the live, giving them a holler. Yum, yum. Great breakfast. Yeah, we got to realize when you're dealing with folks that are from back in them days and them times, them folks was fighting for justice. For people that was done wrong. They weren't just going for a certain race of people. They fought for all injustice for whoever experiencing it. But now, even what I'm looking for, you know, you got to look at people that got wherever they live at, city, town, wherever you live at in the universe, and you know, you're a part of the government in that type of way. You got to pay attention to who the candidates are that they have running. And even if the person is in the party that you support, some of them people ain't right. Just because you go Democrat or whatever, and I'm not trying to get nobody out there feelings, because this politics, I discuss everything. Sexual orientation, we can talk about it all. Ain't nothing stopping me. You know what I mean? Because I don't get into no arguments over no foolishness. But I tell you what, sometimes you can't vote Democrat all the way across the board if you're Democrat. If you're Republican, you can't vote all the way across the board, because you may want this person for the senator. You understand what I mean? But do you want that one for the mayor? You know, people don't look at none of that. They just jump and run somewhere and jump somewhere and make a video or run into work and brag about how they voted and don't even know what the hell politics is all about. And get some God in you, get some sense. Better wake up, smell the coffee. The coffee gets hot. Pay attention to what you're doing, because all this stuff right here is for a reason, I'm telling you. I better pay attention, because folks don't be doing right. I hear so many people talking about voting and stuff, whether you can vote or not, or you live where they vote, and none of them don't really talk about nothing. Everybody is always worried about some custom fit for themselves instead of what's good for the whole community. And yes, very delusional. Very delusional. You're worried about what's good for you personally. You're not worried about what's good for the overall community that may not benefit you all the way, but you still all right, but you worried about that only. Hey, what's happening? There she go. Hi, Tamika. Thank you, Miss Davis, for popping in. How you doing? Blessings to you, beautiful. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. I never catch you. I hope you're doing well, darling. Thank you for being here. We're talking a little bit. I know a lot of people run from politics. I ain't trying to get you caught up in nothing either, Miss Davis. But honey, I talk about everything. Nothing scares me, and ain't nothing nobody can do to get me into no argument about no foolishness. You know what I mean? The dog is gonna wag their tail. You feel me? But yeah, I was just saying about with these politics, you just got to be careful who you vote for and know that everybody in that party may not be your cup of tea. You may want coffee or some water. You know what I mean? It ain't all good. You know, you got to look at all that stuff. And like I said before, when you have certain people that fought for justice out here, when you fight for justice, you don't fight for justice just for a certain nationality or who you believe in. You fight for justice for everybody. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of people that ain't out here. Folks who get in office and may be in the party that you want to vote for, but they may come in and go totally against you because they coming from another place. You know what I mean? Folks ain't paying attention, running around trying to, oh, I voted. Yeah, look at my pen. I vote. Who did you pick for city council? Do you know this person? Did you do any research on that? You just voting away. Yeah, we just chattling along, Miss Davis. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know who you vote for. And I'm not getting into the discussion and asking nobody who they voting for or if I'm voting or do I vote. Have I vote? Can I vote? I'm just saying people need to pay attention to what's going on with these politics and stop running up here putting your John Hancock on something and you know nothing about it. Pay attention to the choices that you make. Because like I said, even if you pick one certain party, that don't mean you got to go across the board with it. You know what I mean? Sometimes you may say, I want this person from this party in city council, but I want this person in this party for mayor. You got to do your research on these people. You know what I mean? You get out here and get tricked or because you think somebody is cute or because they smiling nice or they seem nice or they've been through the trenches as you and they understand you and that's all you know, that smiling face, and that's all. You know what I mean? You got to go deeper than that. You got to really pay attention to this person's works, not what they say. You know what I mean? What their works are, what they've done, what they stand for. Because folks, I'm telling you, I got people like, register early, and then what? Because they can't hold a conversation with you because they don't know what the heck they're doing. You know what it is. He says they won't get any signatures from me. I know that's right, man. You mess around here and fool around and put your name on a whole bunch of stuff and damn signing a damn death warrant. You better know. You better know. This thing here ain't no joke. Games up in here. I know I ain't, because I don't care about all that stuff enough to get bent out of shape, twisted, and jerked back. You know, I need you to hook me in. Because this ain't working, I'm telling you. Oh, yeah, you finish what you're doing. It's just hanging and getting on my nerves here. But yeah, you got to pay attention. And I know some people, they get mad at you because you vote. Or they get mad at you because you don't vote. They get mad at you because of who you voted for. And ain't none of that nobody business but your own. Whoever you decide to vote for and whatever you decide to do, it's your right. It's your right to make that decision what you want to do or not do it at all. But see, ain't nobody going to get me, caught up and angry. People love to act a dang on fool over that voting mess. And that's one of the times of the year that wherever you are, they act the fool. They act the fool. You turn around here, somebody, I'll just give you an example. You may have had a situation where you've been working with somebody for years and you just happen to come up on the first time, second time, third time, it's time to vote, and you can see how people act towards you once they see what party you vote for. Which ain't nobody business, you know what I mean? And they get into arguments over stuff that don't even make no sense. It's not going to pay your bills. Some people don't give a damn about you, really. You know what I mean? Really. That's the point you got to remember. Them people's in a whole separate category and you're not included. You ready to tell you? No.
Oh, yeah. And then I got to turn
It's just dragging. It's hard to, you know what I mean? Let me show you the right hook. I'll try to get it right. Everything's done here. It's got to go in its own. You get what I mean? I don't know if you need to turn it over that way to latch it. So, yeah. But yeah, folks get all turned up into something that ain't gonna be their full control no way. You gotta hope that if you are one to vote, that your vote is counted. You don't even know if it's even counted. You gotta hope that their vote even gets there. You gotta hope too that you did pick somebody good if it even happens. So why are you gonna argue with somebody and them people don't give a damn about you? Come on now, y'all need to stop acting like a fool around here. You know what I mean? Like I said, you show up for Sunday school wearing the thong. What are you doing? Come on now. Come on now. Come on, people. We can do a lot better than that. Come on now. Think about it. You gotta really think about what you're doing out here and stop letting the wrong stuff move you in the wrong direction, especially half of the stuff that ain't even make no sense to get turned up over. Y'all sitting here going tooth and nail with each other for some folks that don't even care if you breathe the next day or not. You gotta pay attention to all that, though. You really do.
You want your drink out?
Yeah. The line is open, you know it, right?
Uh-huh.
So many people that always say, when you talk to people, especially on YT, you don't talk about, one of the main things you don't talk about is politics. And I'm like, well, it depends on who you're talking to. You know what I mean? I don't care about none of that. What you gonna do, take my life over somebody that don't give a damn if you got a heartbeat or not? Y'all crazy. Y'all must be crazy. None of that don't even make no sense. But see, it ain't gonna be no more than what you let it. See, if you run that track, that's what track you gonna get. You know, because I know with me, I don't get into all that. Can't nobody, even if I came out here right now, like right now, even as we speak. Sorry. Like right now while we talking, right? And just say, if somebody asks me who I voted for. Now, who says I don't live in Canada? You get what I'm trying to tell you? Let's play this for a minute. It don't matter where I'm at, okay? I'm just saying, if a person asks me, you know, just say if I was in the States and could vote, right? If a person asks me who I vote for, right? And if I say who I voted for, and that's not the party that they vote for. Okay, just say that for instance. And what about it? What does that have to do with anything? What are you going to say? Oh, you picked him? Oh, I don't care for him. Okay, well, that's all right. What are you going to get from me? You understand what I'm saying? You give me some lemon, you know, give me a lemon, I'm going to make some lemonade. You know, you don't run this. You know what I mean? I'm not going to, you can't argue with somebody that ain't saying nothing back because I don't give a damn enough to. You get where I'm coming from? There, you can't play the player or dog the dog. It ain't going down over here like that. It ain't going to be no hit and run. No casualties. You feel me? We ain't playing that over here. You can come and say whatever you want. Even if I said I could vote or am voting, there's nothing that you could do that's going to talk my drawers off. You get what I'm saying? I ain't the one. There's nothing that's happening. So this is it. It can't go no further than you throw it. If you get somebody and they ask you a simple question and you say, you know, what you doing, and they tell you, oh, I'm not against that, I don't like that person. And what are you going to argue to make them like who you picked? No, I'm just saying, oh, okay, that's fine. Yep. And what they, because, yeah, you need to, yep, okay, that's fine. But you need to, yep, okay, that's fine. Auto repeat, okay, yeah, and that's fine. So what did you do? Nothing. Nothing. You understand what I'm saying? There's nothing that you can do to make this thing go in the way of any kind of argument, not with me. Now, whoever want to do it, they can get out there and argue, but you won't catch me out here with none of that. It's not worth it. It's not that type of party. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody running this track. You know? Stay in your lane, you won't have accidents. I don't see the time, fit, or the place for it. I just can't. It can't happen. Period. Because the only way it can happen is if you let it. That's why I don't do a lot of this fool clowning around here on YT either with all these people. Now I'm gonna say what I say. If you done something to me or came for me or turned something wrong, I'm gonna straighten it out. But it ain't gonna be nothing at the end of the day. That's right. You cannot get no blood out of a turnip, bro. You got that right. That's why I said I don't know. Where did home training come from? Hootie root and poot and toot. But I tell you what, when you get over here, it's gonna be like you it ain't gonna be try your call again. No, it's this number's disconnected. This number's disconnecting. This number's disconnected. That's all you're gonna get. Because it don't bother me enough to have any kind of dialogue or argument. Even if I got somebody that said they voted, like I said, if I can vote. Even if I got somebody that picked the same party as me, we don't have to get into no why and who and what, that either. Oh, okay, yep, that's it, yep, yep. Anyway, they got a sale at Walmart. I'm jumping right off of it. Because we're not going to skin and grin over here. We play no games, you know. And I know I had some folks that tried to flip out one time. I was talking about, the current person in office, and only thing I was saying is that I was worried about them, and I hope they was all right. That's all I said. Oh, why you say I love them? Are you kidding me? Did you actually get that bent up even over famous people? Are you kidding me? Now I can understand when you young and you like Michael Jackson and that's the hype and the cool, but man, if you really hear 59, 70 crying over somebody that don't even care if you vote. You gotta watch what you're doing out here. You know what I'm saying? Don't let your train go off the tracks, baby. Don't do it. Do not do it. And they tried. I had two folks that kind of flipped out a little bit. Old as I don't know what and should know better to even respond to something that petty in that kind of way, especially when it wasn't none of your business. And if you didn't like what you was hearing, you can move to the left, move to the right. Let's cha-cha. No, let me stop. You know what I'm saying. You didn't even have to be here, babes. You did not have to be here to get your britches knocked off. You know what I mean? If you don't like what you're hearing, as they say, swipe to the left. But you didn't come over here crying, that's not what happened. He's not. Listen, I said what I said. And what I said was I was a little concerned. Hello? Hello, spirit in the sky. How you doing, beautiful? I always miss you. Thank you for stopping in, darling. I appreciate it. Howdy doody, my dear. I thank you so much. So sweet of you to stop in, girl. How you been? How you doing? Happy Tuesday. What's happening? What is happening? Yeah, I got folks that want to turn up on some stuff. And the only thing I said, just like I would talk about anybody else, it ain't nothing special to any of these people because the amount of money that they got. Just because I said something simple, they lost their cool. She said, I always miss you too. I am so glad you're chatting tonight. Oh, thank you so much. And I'm glad you're here, sweetheart. Because I appreciate all my real good friends out here. Because this YouTube streets is crazy. These YouTube streets is drastic out here. So whenever you can find your right kind of people and y'all respect each other and there ain't no price to pay to be friends, you're winning. Because I promise you, I love my good folks that I got, that we click and we treat each other right and fair. It's amazing, It's amazing. And I'm glad that I caught you too. And I was just talking a little bit about voting. Nothing to argument, because they can't get me in no argument. But you end up losing yourself because I'm out. I don't do that kind of argument. I just said, if anybody's voting, please pay attention wherever you live at. If you can vote, pay attention to what parties you vote for. You may not have to vote across the board because everybody ain't everybody. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. And I remember last year here, I think I had spoke about our current man in office. And the only thing I said in the live that I'm doing, no shade, no disrespect, I was concerned about their health. And I had 2 people that just lost all their body fluids over that. Wanted to come in and go ham, and I let them box each other. I let them flip out on each other because that's not even what the conversation was about. I like the man. I wasn't saying nothing negative. You get me? But they so busy bowing down that they can't even bend over, long enough to tie their own shoe. She says, I don't understand people. Sometimes maybe that's a good thing. Honey, you right about that. Let it be. Honey, let these people float on, float on. That's an old song they used to sing. I want you to float on, because people act the fool. And once again, why would you go to anybody's live, anybody's house, anybody's conversation, anybody's cookout, and hear a certain conversation that you don't like and argue? I wouldn't be there. I wouldn't be there. If somebody got something going on and I came into their space or whatever you want to call it, I would leave. I didn't got time to waste on no negative stuff. But like I said, I was just saying something simple. And I thought I had a right to, to just talk. And I wasn't saying nothing negative because I liked the man, But the only thing I said was I was a little worried. Because I've seen him a few times stumbling around. And actually, it kind of triggered me just a little bit of some childhood experience that I had from family members that's going through the same thing. So it wasn't a bad situation. Yes, you remember the floaters? Yes, I want you to float on, float on. I forgot the rest of the song. And I bet you it'll come to me as soon as I finish talking. I loved it. That music was what my mother and them played when I was a little girl. Back in the days on that component set with that 8-track. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah. Back in the days, that good old music, when couples really stood for stable, real marriages and families was together. Things was more peaceful. You know what I'm talking about. Yes, ma'am, back in the day. And I tell you, honey, there's been so much stuff going on here that I got to the point that I go back in the back in the day in my mind with the music, the thought, and just enjoy, Everything is so different now, and people are so, hostile and angry and looking for problems and worries. And, honey, I'm just glad to be alive. I ain't got time for it, And I was just talking about all that old good music. Honey, families used to play that music when I was younger. And, man, I used to listen to it, and we were kids running around. And we heard it, though, you know what I mean? And we liked it. We enjoyed it. This is Rruk. I still have my 8-tracks. You do? Oh, my gosh. An 8-track player. It sounds good, too. See, I like that. And I keep telling folks, too, Miss Lady, Spirit in the Sky, I have my, I still have the, you know how we had VCRs? I still got around here, I got probably about 3 VCRs. She said, LOL. Yes, ma'am. I still got about 3 VCRs, and I have the VCR and DVD combo, but I have the VCR, that cleaning tape. You remember when you get the cleaning tape to clean your VCR that you got to take that little liquid capsule out of there and squeeze a little bit in there, and then you run it through your VCR to clean it? I still got some of those because they don't sell hardly that no more. You got to hunt it down these days. So, yeah. I like that. I like that you got that. I wish I would have had something like that. Because we used to have, that was the stuff too, that they made that lasts a long time. You know what I mean? And guess what I got? I got a whole case of old movies that play on the DVD player. Like Dark Shadows. I got like Moses. You know Moses. I got those movies old like that. So I still have my... Yes, yes. Oh, and I got all of my stuff saved from back then, child. And some of the stuff was around my mom and them time, but you know what I'm talking about, sis. I just thought it was a staple to keep all of that stuff, and I've been keeping it. And every so often I go and pull out some of them old movies, like, you know, Dark Shadows and stuff. I was a little girl, but I pull out some of them movies and sit there and binge watch. All of the stuff that people ignore these days, that was good stuff from back in the days, I pull it out and hang out. I love old movies too, girl. They take me somewhere no other place. It could be nothing like it, you know? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Honey, them old movies are the best. Like them old Lassie movies. Yeah, I remember, and I like all of that better than a lot of this new stuff. We got modern technology has came a long way, but I'm an old school style. I like the old school stuff. I know for a fact that we got a lot of nice new stuff out here, but I'm one of them old school people that I like. Even when I was younger, they used to call me an old soul because I used to like to sit around. Not, you know how when they say you got certain kids that's grown and hang around grown folks. I wasn't like that. I was inquisitive, happy. I learned more. And I used to, you know, and not in no grown folk business, but just listening to folks, you know, talk and say stuff. I used to like that. Yeah, they done messed up with all that stuff. That stuff is for the gutter, honey. All that stuff they got out here now, take you right down. Take her all the way down. And they ain't got nothing on the good stuff from back in the days. It's a lot of foolishness. That's why I try my best to, you know, I checked a few things out on TV, you know, because I used to, when I had an actual channel here on YT, I used to do reviews, so I would watch some of that stuff just so I have something to, you know, some conversation for the people that like that, you know, back in the day. But they didn't change it now, honey. Stuff ain't as enjoyable as it used to be. Everything is all about harm and hate and the streets and problems, you know. So they lost the art. They sure did lose the art, honey. It's sad too because a lot of youngins is following that trail. You know what I mean? And a lot of the young folks thinking all that stuff is cool because they're not seeing anything different. You know. Gotta be careful how we're raising kids these days because I noticed that like I got a lot of people that I know. I'm not a grandmother or anything like that, but I got a lot of people that I know that are grandparents and great grandparents, and they always, when they have the grandkids over, they always say, well, my grandkids come over, I can't get them to wash dishes. They always want to be on the PlayStation, and I always tell the folks, when they come to your house, you got control over what you show them. You know what I mean? Because they wouldn't be doing it in mine if I didn't want it. They wouldn't be doing it in mine. Because that's one thing with these kids. They need to get around some folks that's going to teach them some of the good things. Not just all that, oh, I got a PlayStation, I got this. Yeah, you can have that, but you need to put a time limit when you have kids that are playing them games all day long. See, we came up out the door kids. You didn't have to go and be sitting up under no computer and game. You weren't allowed to. You played outside. You had chores. You had times in the house. These kids these days, 3 and 4 years old. Shoot, I've seen somebody, what's the youngest child? 4 years old with an iPhone. And the bill is more than their age. You know what I mean? And mama paying $100 a month for you to play on that phone, and the phone's about $2,000 and $3,000, and you only 4 or 5 years old. Where'd they do that at? She said, yes, this music. Yeah, the music has gotten nasty, and it's getting worse, honey. It's programming you to do something bad. Yeah, bring it here. Probably left it on the counter. Is it? Look. Oh no, that's somebody else. Vitamin D. Did his roll off? Let me see. Somebody rolled off or that's okay. Thank you. Grandparents have a chance to put some of that old school knowledge or whatever, or anybody. You don't even have to be grandparents. You could be, you know, in your 30s and 40s, and when the kids come around, you show them something. True, when you grew up, you weren't allowed in the house only to eat and sleep. Well, yeah, we don't play no games like that nowadays. It's out of control. I'm telling you, I've been watching these kids. I remember the other day here, well, not the other day, but a minute ago. We were in the store, and this little boy here, he probably was no more than 3 years old. He was sitting there in the front of the carriage, and he was eating on all kinds of stuff. And he asked his mother to open up something else for him, and she told him no, and he smacked her in the face. And she pleaded with him, no, no, baby, no, no, baby. You ain't got that going right, mama. How did he know to smack you in your face? Why would he? It's either because, you know, you do it to him. He's a product of his environment. That ain't working. A little bitty boy. Smacked the mess out of mama. I'm like, couldn't be me.
You gotta give them what they want.
If you don't give it to them. You know how it is, sometimes you gotta give them what they want. That's what the mother's saying. Shit, I'm like, I know she ain't talking to me. Yeah, got smacked in the face and talking about, you know how it is. Sometimes you gotta give them what they want. And I'm like, are you kidding me? This child is sitting here, got some Oreos open, got a lollipop in one hand, and you finna open up something else? You gotta be careful with that too, because you're raising them under them standards. And once you start that, they don't respect you. Exactly. Because you got to look at it. A child that age can smack you in the face and you making excuses for it. And then you try to look over at everybody and say, oh, sometimes, you know, you got to let them have what they want. To smack you in the face because they can't eat every damn snack you got in your carrots? Are you kidding me? Or you go ahead, that's your world. But see, when your kids show up somewhere else, everybody ain't gonna put up with that. He ain't gonna be able to go to preschool or school doing that. They're gonna be calling you to come get them. And that teaches violence and disrespect. See, we didn't have all that going on. You knew your place. A lot of times kids are to be seen and not heard. You don't argue and nag about nothing. When they tell you something to do, you do it. If they gotta say it again, You wake up in the Matrix. You wake up in the Twilight Zone because you respected your parents. And when they taught you something, it was valuable. Ain't nobody gonna be begging you to be quiet at the movie theater, and when you out at dinner, they're not doing all that. It shouldn't be done. It's too much. But see, that's how folks do it. Then they want to put up with it. They get out here and think all of that stuff. Even with the clothes, I'm watching little young girls that are real little wee girls. Wearing bikini. What do you got that on for?
A 4-year-old needs a bikini right now.
You don't. And they didn't buy it for their...
Or we need to dress with their hips cut out. Like,
Exactly. The parents are buying it for them because the child can't buy that themselves. They shouldn't even be making no clothes like that. And I'm not judging nobody who's doing it. I'm saying my opinion, and my opinion means nothing to nobody else's world. But what I'm saying is, it always backfires. And yes, we have respect for each other. I mean, and you know, when you go places, mama never give you a look, and you know you in trouble. You know what I mean? You know you in trouble. And don't let, please, do not let dad come home from work and find out that you in the room on punishment and that you acted such a fool that mama put you on punishment, because you're going to get in trouble for what you did, and you're going to get in trouble for upsetting your mother. You didn't do that because you were raised up with a certain set of morals and values that was a teaching and a learning and a blessing. So you didn't have to run around here and act a fool. You knew you were loved and taken care of, and you did what you were supposed to do. A lot of people got spankings, and what it is. We're not going to sugarcoat it. There's a difference between abuse and a spanking, you know? You don't learn nothing if you ain't taught nothing. And that's the big value that it teaches, is respect. So you're running around here because you know when a child first starts soaring around in life, they don't know nothing. You teach them as they grow. I know that, you know, when these kids are at a very young age, you automatically start no, please, and thank you. All of those are values that come right out the gate as soon as they start coming into the world. When they start walking, you know, you go around and you make the house safe enough as you can to keep them from falling and getting hurt. And then there becomes a point where they know better not to touch something, and you don't have to move it because you've already trained them when they didn't know to know. You know, and you keep going. He says, we only had snacks once a week, and cartoons came on. Just Saturday mornings, yep. Messed around. And everybody had TVs in their rooms, and they broke his social media time. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes, there was times. And you know, I remember too, Marquise, I'm so glad you said that, because I remember back when I was younger too. You know, we used to have, this is how I'm going to play it with you. We used to get the Sunday paper, right? And when you get the Sunday paper, Dad wanted the sports section. Mom wanted to get the circular so that she can get all the coupons for the sales that is coming up. And us kids used to get the cartoon little ad that was in the paper. When we used to get cereal, we used to have to share the box to read the cartoon on there, and nobody would fight. You know what I'm talking about. Y'all remember back in the days when they used to have the cartoons and the real Sunday papers. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? And we all knew how to behave. You know what I mean? When the paper came in, one of the kids would bring it in. You give it to Dad or Mom. They sort through it and give everybody what they're supposed to have out of it. And you go and sit your butt down somewhere. You sitting at that table. You're not going to sit here and get Lucky Charms cereal and pick out all the charms and throw away the rest of the cereal and the milk. You get it done. Or you don't get up from the table. Sometimes they come back and find that you done fell asleep. Everybody having lunch now, and you still over that daggone milk and cereal that done dissolved. They wasn't playing with it. This is not a game. You do not get anything by getting your way. You have to understand there's rules and regulations in the world. We don't play with it, you know? 5 kids in our house. We fight over the cereal box for the toy. Yeah, I remember that. Just like Happy Meals with that treat inside. So what we used to have back when we had that problem, Spirit in the Sky, when we had that problem with the toy, it would have to be they made it to be a go around since we all fight. So they'll say, well, the next time we open up the new cereal, this time Rruk could get the prize, and so on and so forth, because we used to fight over it. See, things were done. Hey, Lucy, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Nice to see you. Just like when we were kids, things were very important. You know, how you attend, like just say like if you're going to the county fair or whatever you have in your city, state, town, wherever you live in the part of the world. This wasn't a regular thing. This was a special treat. And everybody had to deserve it. I used to read the... Yes. Oh, I liked it, the circus family. You had to learn how to take turns. That's right. Take turns. And it'd be a some old cheap toy. And you would have to share it and pass it down to little Mike and little Jimmy. You know, let Sarah hold it for a while. They didn't put up with all that. The kids fighting and yelling and disrupting in the house and hurting each other, beating each other up bad. They didn't put up with all that. And you better defend your siblings too. You don't go to nobody else's house jumping around on their furniture and yelling and begging for food and snacks. You don't do none of that. You don't do none of that. You go into somebody's cookout and they offer you something sensible to eat. You take it and say thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. You don't go around running around, going to grabbing 3 and 4 pieces of watermelon and throwing it on the floor and all. Honey, we better get back to the living. Because the way this thing going now, honey, I'm going to tell you, I don't tell people what to do, but I don't put up with no fresh kids. Oh, she said she was the baby of the bunch. That's so cute. She said, I never won. Oh, poor thing. That is so cute. That is so cute. And you know, when we talk about this stuff right here, and if you talk about this in front of the kids, today they think you done killed them. You lucky. Talking about getting a pair of Jordan sneakers. You lucky to get the sneakers from the person that's older than you in good condition. See, folks have turned this into a disaster. And a lot of people, just like I remember, and no disrespect to anybody, but I remember, eating out some years ago, and we're sitting in our booth getting food, and little Jack keep running over to your table. And he said that's cold, not even Uno. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yes. Yes, they are weird though. And see, if you don't put up with it, they get mad at you. And like I said, I remember being at a restaurant and the little boy just kept coming over to our table. They didn't know if we were weirdos, if we were perverts. They just let the child keep coming over, disrupting and grabbing up on their table the bread and drinks, and this family laughing like it's cute. Come and get him. I don't give a damn if he's 2. I don't care if he's your first child. Come and get him. I'm not being mean, but that's not appropriate. You can see, there you go. She said old enough to cheat. I'm trying to tell you, honey. They learn. They learn that stuff quick. But you can't say nothing to people, kids. They will have a fit. So, I remember one day I was driving down the street, and I kept trying to figure out what was holding up the traffic, right? So by the time I got up to the scene, it was a little girl. I think she was no more than 4 years old, 4 or 5. The reason why the traffic was held up is because she kept riding the bike across the street, and everybody kept stopping for her. So by the time I got up, I pulled over to the side, and I seen what house the little girl went into. So I went, I didn't put my car up in front of their house. I rung the doorbell, I stepped down the stairs and all the way out the gate, and when the person came to the door, I said, "You gotta watch out. The little girl here almost got hit by a car." It said, "Mind your damn business." So I said, "Oh." "Oh, okay." Yes. Oh, Marquise, damn, you nailed that. Yes. Yes. And that's what I mean. Reality, feel, know, learn. Yes. They didn't play that. You lose, you lose. And why lie? Why? And I tell you another thing too, Marquis. You know how they say, when your teeth come out, when you put your money, you put your money, you get money, you put your teeth under the pillow and get money. But if you've been acting up, you ain't getting nothing. And there sure would be a rotten apple under that pillow. They don't play. When they tell you the stuff, they make it happen. Dang, Marquise, you nailed that to the T. You just shook me. You shook me with that, because that's the truth. That is the truth. Because that's when you don't have that false prophet. You know what I mean? You get the reality. You don't just get dessert, you get the meat and potatoes. Life is a smorgasbord, you know what I'm saying? And I like that they did that, because you know there was truth. There was honor and respect. And then that made you want to achieve your goals, and when you win, you really want to win. Man, that was so good to say that. Honey, they'd knock you clean out. I told you, I remember folks that would tear their child up right in front of a cop standing there. And the cops wouldn't say a word. Honey, they wouldn't be able to stand it. Because them folks from back in the days, they would tell you off and your child, put your child in their place. And we over here having dinner, honey. You need to come and get little Tyrone or little Sarah and sit them down. Because they come over here, they about to get knocked out. Don't come back over here again. I done told you. They don't play with it. That's what we need. That's what's up right there. These kids today, they couldn't take it. Somebody would be in jail. Because these folks was really raising kids straight up. I know that's right, Spirit in the Sky. You got that right. You stand that absolutely right. They wouldn't pull it. They knew better. And you know, all that stuff is the right way to be. That's training. Love, loyalty. I miss them too. Yes. Oh, I love that, Brother Payne. Yes, and that is so true. Because it seems unreal. You know, and even when you were a child and these things occurred in your life, you understood it and you respected it, and it was a good thing. You didn't feel that you were abused because you weren't. You didn't feel that nobody didn't love you because they did. You knew that that was home training. And that's what we need. Man, if we, you know, what could be, what would be so different in the world right now if we had some of them folks still around, or some people like us that's the, you know, younger generation from that crop, that we could turn these kids around and make things a lot better, because these kids is flying wild. I remember this woman here, and I'm not judging nobody, we just having conversation because people get mad. You know how that go. But I remember this woman here, her and her daughter, I think she was what, 8, 9 years old, and they were arguing over lipstick. Well, you took my lipstick, but you had no business wearing it. But I ordered you one, yeah, but that was mine. How are you arguing? What business is a child that age wearing lipstick for anyway? I don't understand where is the parenting in that at all. And then you're arguing with them as if they're age appropriate with you. I do too, man. I'm telling you, we got a lot of stuff that's so messed up now because all of that stuff has been, you know, hidden down now. Even I remember, and no disrespect, that's different. And no, I'm not judging nobody, but different. Like when my family, they didn't bow to that. But I know that there's a lot of great grands out here right now that was hard on us when we were kids, but they letting these kids now in this, you know, in this century now run over them, and I can't believe it. I can't believe it. And I would even say to them, you actually sitting here letting this child throw themselves on the floor in the grocery store. When we was kids, you would drag us up out of here. Why are you doing it now? You done got old and got soft? That ain't nothing good, I'm telling you. You know what I mean? No, I'm looking at it and I'm like, wait a minute now. Just like this one, you know, this one woman that I know, and she got grandkids, and the way they run amok in her house, don't bring them over here. I said, You know what I'm saying? What are you doing? I remember, you know, when you know, when raising your kids and I was friends with your kids, you was knocking them clean out. You weren't, I'm not talking about abuse, you know what I'm saying? I'm just using the cliche, but you know, it is what it is. You wasn't putting up with none of that. And now you got your grandkids now. How old is, I'm looking at the little girl over here. How old is she? 10 years old, and she got on a bra top? And if we had any part of our body showing, oh my gosh, you got to go see the pastor and everybody's going to get on your butt. And you getting torn out. Smoked in the stores, smoked in the doctor's office, everywhere. You know what I'm saying? You know, you see how everything changed. Everything is crazy. And I learned that too, that smoking was everywhere. I remember doctors and people smoking, you know, in health facilities. You go there and it smelled like cigarette smoke. They may not, you know, out of being professional at a doctor's office, they may not light up right in front of you, but you can go in a room and smell that somebody has smoked a cigarette or either an ashtray or something around. You know what I'm saying? This is all this stuff that we're doing now. You can see that it's not working. And I'm telling you, you know what's killing me too about with these folks too, with a lot of people, and like I said, I know there's a lot of people in the bushes, there's a lot of people probably listening to me right now that probably never come back to the live or never, you know, they're in the bushes, but they may not never come again because they don't like what we're saying because they're doing this stuff. I'm not judging nobody, I'm not telling nobody what to do, I'm not preaching to nobody, but I have a right to freedom of speech. And we're having a conversation here, this is a nice dialogue. But I'm telling you, folks are saying stuff like, you know, if you know, like I said, well, what's going on with so-and-so over there? He said, Piggly Wigglies. Yeah, I remember that. Pay for the empty bag and the empty can. That's right. Go on and do your thing. Hold on to it. Because you know what they're doing now. They're opening up stuff and eating it up in the store and just sticking a wrapper somewhere and leaving. Letting the kids eat stuff, open up toys and leaving it. They ain't paying for nothing. You know how that go. And I keep trying to say that, you know, you got to get these kids under control because the stuff that you're letting them do ain't for their good. And folks always keep saying to me, like I just say, well, what's going on? Well, you know, my son, you know, he's 7 years old and he been acting out in school. Well, what happened? Oh, because the other kids got Jordans and he don't got Jordans, so we got to get it so he can fit in. Fit in with who? You can't even keep your damn light bill paid. Who finna spend $100 and something for a child with some sneakers to fit in with some kids that must not be really his friends because they ain't taught nothing to be picking on somebody because they ain't wearing Jordans? We didn't do all of that. We got all stuff coming down, runt over sneakers and, you know, dingy looking sneakers and pants with holes in them, and you better be glad you got something to put on your butt. Ain't nobody worried about what somebody else's kid think and fitting into nothing. You go home talking about you trying to fit in, you get knocked out. Fit into what? Yeah, all of this stuff, and you know, all that bullying and carrying on, we didn't have that either. I remember one of the first times I think I was in 7th grade, and 2 of these girls tried to jump me. And my mother was at the, you know, I hurry up and try to get home, and she'd be on the top porch, you know. And she said, you ain't gonna run up in here high, because you gotta be at the bus stop with them on a regular basis. Fight one of them at a time. And I did. Happy Monday, my dear. How you doing, beautiful? Thank you for coming, lady. Everything is Gucci, honey. I hope you're doing well. We're talking about the old school days and how we were raised up with different values and morals and, you know, a lot of stuff that's going on now, you know. I'm glad you could come by. We're just talking about the good old days because we didn't have all of that problems where my mother and father had to make sure I had the latest sneakers and shoes so that the other kids don't pick on me and so that I fit in. We were taught better than that. Ain't nobody give a damn about what she got on. That's why the damn lights is off. That's why they ain't got no heat in the winter, because they trying to be fancy. They used to talk to us like that. They weren't playing no game. You think because her kids got on them name brand sneakers that they living it up? You go to their house and see they got their icicles dripping out those. They got their heat on because they done bought them sneakers. Ain't nobody playing no games. You get popped in the mouth. You sure saying that right. Ain't nobody playing with it because it ain't right. It ain't necessary. And we knew and understood and respected that. High school, I told my mom. At Kmart, yes. Ah, Spirit. She said, see you at Kmart. They're at Kmart too. That's right. That makes sense too. If they see you there, they there for a reason. And I used to be calling myself trying to be embarrassed, and they'd point it out. I'm trying to act like you shame or nothing, because you already know where we at. You know what I mean? We weren't allowed to be under any peer pressure. And that's no disrespect, and I'm for real. We weren't allowed to be under any peer pressure because it didn't exist. We weren't allowed to fit in. If you met your friends, y'all friends. Ain't nobody fitting in nothing. I ain't got to get the latest, outfit just so this crowd of girls will let me sit at the table. I'm gonna sit at any table I want to sit at. And I've had that problem too, where you go in and people not accepting you. I sat where I wanted to sit, and then don't try to bully me. Oh man, I come from tough boots. You know what I'm saying? She said, at Kmart, honey. Let me tell you, I come from some tough boots. They didn't play that. You what? Somebody bullying who? You better get your fist. Who? I told you when them 2 girls tried to jump me, there was one that was my size and one that was a medium size, but she was bigger than me. And my mother told me, I'm going to be right on the top porch. Ain't nobody jump in. You fight them one by one because you got to see them every day and you ain't going to keep running. And I ain't going to lie. The one my size, we had a good battle, but I tore her down. And then the bigger one, me and her had a good battle, and I got her till she got tired because she was a little heavy set. And she got tired of tussling with me. Other than that, it wasn't no fitting in nothing. I'm here. You ain't gonna tell me what table I can sit at. I don't give a damn who's the captain of the football team and who the head cheerleader. I don't care who you are. I'm not bowing to you. We weren't raised to think anybody was superior over us because they got money and what they look like and how many kids they got or don't have. That ain't life. That ain't living. You be glad to be who you are and what y'all have. We putting food on the table. I don't give a damn if they're eating steak every night. That peanut butter jelly is hitting home too, ain't it? This is what we got in this home. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody playing them games. No. See, what I look at and what I learned is all of them getting your butt jacked up and put in line gave you honor and pride. So couldn't nobody bully you. So, yes, the popular kids, yes. I never fit in and I never wanted to. I couldn't stand them. And they knew not to mess with me. Because I wasn't afraid of them. I wasn't, see, all of that stuff that we talking about right now, about being disciplined properly, having respect, those are the things that kept me from being bullied and wanting to fit into them crowds and being afraid of anybody. Because I had a pride and honor and discipline. That gets you a long way in this life. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody worried about, oh, well, we sitting over there, oh, well, what, we're all 10 years old and they're all wearing fingernail polish, and my mother said I was too young for it, and lipstick. So I can't sit at the table. And who owned the table anyway? This don't belong to nobody. This is school property. So couldn't nobody come and bully me and pour a carton of milk over my head or laugh at me when I sat down because I didn't have fingernail polish or lipstick on. It didn't do nothing to me. It didn't affect me psychologically or emotionally because I was already trained in combat for being disciplined and having respect and honor in my family because they took care of me and they showed me what was right. You know what I mean? That's what all that discipline that we talk about that a lot of people may consider as abuse. I know what abuse is. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about being taught something, being, like you said, being told the truth. We didn't get that too long of a story about the Easter Bunny, Santa Claus and all that. They only played that for a little while, and I'm glad they told the truth. When we were little, it was fun to believe in fairy tales and have fun. But after you start getting big, 7, 8, 9, 10, and no, you won't get that racetrack because Dad got let off. He got laid off this month. And Santa ain't coming down. Look, we in the no, I'm just joking, but we in the apartment building. There ain't no chimneys here. I'm not being rude, but I'm just saying, different living, different stuff. All of them games, we didn't do that. You were told the truth so that you can have the clarity and develop the sense and knowledge that you have today. That's why I keep telling people I ain't with none of that. That bullying stuff, honey, you better miss me with that. I mean, I ain't scared of nobody. I remember me and my brother, we used to walk home from school, one of my brothers, and I remember we used to have certain, this crowd that used to try to pick on us, and what we would do is we would stand back to back and go battle. I was a girl fighting boys. And I'm not promoting any violence or anything, I'm just saying we had to defend ourselves because we had to walk, from school. And see, you're not going to have mama got to keep watching over, because see, these parents that we had, they gonna set it all the way straight. You know what I'm talking about? They're going to set it all the way straight, Brother Marquise and Miss Spirit. They're going to let you know, and they will go, and this is the thing, they will go over and kindly tell you, the other kid's parent, listen, your son James keeps bothering my son Michael, and point blank, I'm going to let him open up a can of whoop ass. And that's what it's going to be. Now, see, when Michael come home with a shiner, don't come knocking on my door. You know what I'm trying to tell you. They'll come and let you know, listen, your child is bothering mine, and I done taught mine. Now, after a while, he ain't going to keep getting picked with and bothered all the time. Somebody about to get laid out. You understand what I'm saying? We about to open that can up. Oh, yeah, it's going down. I'm not going to keep on having to meet my son at the bus stop because your kids, your son, your daughter don't know how to behave. They're going to walk home and walk back without being bothered. And I promise you, I'm going to see to it, because you may not be teaching yours nothing, but they come near mine on my property, somebody about to get it. Yep, all of them. That's how we used to have to do. And mostly it was boys. And I used to have to fight boys right along with my brother. We would get our back to back, and we would just go to town. Whatever happened, happened. And I promise you that didn't last long, because they seen that we was about it. And I don't give a dag if you got the whole crowd trying to jump on you, might have to grab some dirt and throw it in somebody's eyes. My mother said, get you a little bit of salt in a napkin, somebody come up on you, sling it. Because you can't be having all them beat on you. You're a girl, you developing, you got to be under control. I mean, the parents got with us and walked with us and made sure things went right, but they showed us what was up. They showed us what was up. When you got home from school, if mama or daddy didn't get right home from work, you knew not to have no neighbor in the house humping and all that mess in. Listen. It ain't going down over her. You hear? It ain't going down over her. And the whole point of it wasn't even about being scared, but you had honor, respect and stuff for your parents and how they was raising you, you know? And then you had some fear in there, though, because they'd knock it out. But you know what I mean. It wasn't all fear. Because we didn't have that. You had to deal with it. You know, and don't try to go to school acting a fool either. You fool around in school, and honey, and your parents got to get called up to that school, and you know how they have that when the principal want to see the parents or whoever, mom and daddy, somebody got to miss work. If you got, both parents working, or you already in trouble for them to have to even come up to the school. You might as well forget it. You did what with who and where? Oh, I got you. And they'll cold knock you out right there with the teacher seeing it, against the law or not. They'll turn up right there at the school, right there with the teacher, looking at them knock you silly, knock a couple of screws loose. You know what it is. They did not play that. I ain't going up, you ain't going up in no school, acting a fool, having me have to miss work to come up here. Your butt is loved, you got food, you better go sit down somewhere. I don't want to hear it. If you directly is doing something bad, I'm coming for you. You're not going to do this. People don't understand once you get that solidified with what you're doing. I'm not saying that, you got knocked out for everything all the time, but we were better behaved because we had certain type of discipline that worked. Period. Big dot. You know what I'm saying? This was no game. This is what it is. And I can tell the difference of what we got now and what went down back then. It was a difference. And my thing is, too, you respect it. You respected your parents and stuff. And it was a lot of that where you didn't want to do nothing because you respect them. You respect them, you want to behave right. Because I know with me, a lot of it wasn't about being, just because you got your butt whooped. If that's what it is that too. But at the same time, we had honor, respect, and love. And I remember that. You know what I'm saying? We didn't get, knocked out and dragged out for every little thing. There was times that they talked to you, gave you some options of what to do. They even, I've had ones that say to me, what do you think should happen to you for what you done? And you be, well, I know I might have to get on punishment. I won't get to watch cartoons on Saturday mornings. You write that book. You know what I mean? You write that book. So you know what it is. Because you know that it's the right thing to do, and you take your punishment. Sometimes you may cry and whimper a little bit to yourself, but in the heart, you glowing up. You know what I mean? You feel happy that, I'm doing what I got to do. And, it's going to end soon. And that's the truth. Because I know a lot of that stuff made me stronger and wiser. I didn't always, cower off to it. You go to the room and cry a little bit, and then after a while you realize what you did is wrong. and how you know, hurt and disrespected your parents, and then you got to chin up. Hey Lucy, thank you so much for coming. I see you squeezed in there. I apologize I didn't speak to you. How you doing? I hope all is well. Thanks for stopping by. We're just talking about some old school upbringing and the difference of how kids is brought up, you know, in a certain era and time, and what the good benefits were from it. Was it a bunch of siblings, honey? I know that's right. I told you they don't let you. You got, when you fight them kind of kids back in the days, the whole family will jump on you. And I tell you what, we didn't get a whole lot of jumping because we were trained a certain kind of way. And after a while, children knew not to mess with us no more. Because we were solid as a rock. Remember that song? Solid as a rock. That's what this love is. That's what we got. Solid. Solid as a rock. We were. I'm gonna tell you, I was a tomboy, and I still am now. I know how to do my girl stuff and look pretty and pink and all that, but I'm more of a tomboy. I can, you know, be cute, but sometimes you gotta tell me to close my legs when I had on the dress. Close legs and sit down. Stop wrestling that boy. You a girl. And I'm still like that now. Really and truly. Hey. Read the title. All falling apart, see? You see that anxiety, see it? Mm-hmm. See how when you start doing all that? Implants and all that stuff, they got to stop doing it. You know what I'm talking about, honey. You remember that song, don't you, you guys? Solid as a rock. That was a jam. That's what this love is. I forgot that group, or who that was that was singing that. I forgot how it went, but man, that's the music Mama and them used to play. But I tell you, a lot of the reflection of your parents is seen in the kids because of how you train them. And a lot of people think that's abusive, but it's not. And yes, one of them oldies, honey. I told you I loved that music from them times when I was a little girl. And the grown folks was playing all that music, honey. We'd be in there tapping and tooting, and they'd be like, what you know about that? And you know how it be. Mom and dad in there dancing, and he'll swirl her around and sneak a little pat on her butt right quick, and y'all laugh and cover y'all face. You know what I'm talking about. All that playing on that 8-track and that stereo. You know what it is. Them good old times. And I promise you, honey, I had got to the point, you know, like when I was getting like different stuff like punishment and stuff like that, I had got to a point that I understood what I did was wrong. See, that's the whole thing about it. Like Marquise was saying here, about they didn't trick you and play games. They showed you what you did was wrong, and you knew it was wrong. You knew it was wrong. They told you, you know, to stop, even when they were playing like the 45s, you know what I mean? And they'll tell you to stop jumping around. You jumped around and that needle scratched across that honey, they done told you. Then also when I was coming up, there was a room in the house that you weren't allowed to go in and do nothing unless we have some kind of formal dinner or family gathering. You weren't allowed to go in that room. Yes, 90, yes. Thank you. Yes, you remember that. And that was wasn't there a married couple? He had that long hair. Alfred and Simpson, yes. And that what they were singing about, I believe, their relationship. That's what this love is. That's what we got. Solid as a rock. Oh, I used to like that song. It was beautiful. Well, yeah, I knew all of that stuff. After a while, you got it together. Because I remember, too, and you know if you jump around, that album's going to get scratched. I know all of them things right there. You know, even getting grown, you know, when you start getting grown yourself, and if you have kids, you look at a lot of that stuff that your parents taught you, and if you use that on your kids, I bet you they'll be better than a lot of the ones out here, because love don't cost a thing, you know what I mean? And discipline is a form of love. And if you don't teach them nothing, they ain't gonna know nothing, and they ain't ready for the world. And I guarantee you one thing, if you don't teach them to prepare them, they're going to go out in the world acting a fool, and something's going to happen eventually. Even if they get to school tearing up and acting a fool, the teacher going to keep calling you to come pick them up. Because you sent them there toe up. And I keep telling people, you know, with the kids and stuff, they're only going to know, the kids are like an empty book. You fill in the pages. Don't hit the turntable. You know what it is, y'all. Cut it up, cut it up. You know what I'm saying? You know what's going on. The morals and values begin at home. You don't send your kids out to learn stuff that you're supposed to teach them at the house so that when they're ready for the world. Please and thank you. You understand what I mean? No, sit down. Nope, be quiet. Nope, leave it alone. Nope, don't go in the refrigerator. Nope, stop getting apples. You already had 2 of them. You can't get another one. Nope, you ain't getting no more juice. Drink some water. Come on, what's wrong with that? What is wrong with that? This is what we got to do. That's why I keep saying folks don't seem to understand that, you know, you get what you put into it. And a lot of us, we represent our parents and stuff when you're out because of what they taught you. Your behavior shows itself. Now, I know that a lot of us, you know, we done cut the fool and done a lot of things, but I tell you, we were a lot better behaved than what we got going on now, because everywhere I'm going, I'm looking at these kids and folks, and I'm like, who is the parent here? What's going on? And folks are so quick to think that they got to put on a show for the rest of the world to see. And you can tell, like, you can look at a child and see that they got on the latest sneakers, the latest, you know, shorts, jeans, all of that, but they don't have no morals and values or respect. I mean, what does it mean? Who cares about if somebody wearing some Jordans and they being fresh or grown? That has nothing to do with the clothes you wearing. It's what you know. And once you raised up in a kind of way about, I remember my mother, you know, no disrespect, and it wasn't no bad, because I love these stores to this day. I remember when we used to go back to school, my mother would get some new stuff, and we'd go to Salvation Army and it's Goodwills, and they would blend in a few, you know, clothes from that. And nobody would know the difference. Not that they cared if they did. I'm just saying, we was fine. Shoot, I remember one year, I was thinking about it, I had on and I picked it myself, I had on a green leotard with some green and white pants that looked like a picnic tablecloth. But I thought I was chilling, you know? Bell bottoms. Honey, don't even bring it. I'm telling you, it worked. It worked because we knew that that's not the kind of life we live in. Who gonna point at you and laugh at your pants when it ain't none of their business what you got on? How are you gonna be upset because somebody laughing at you if you know you are right? I hate when an adult says, I have to give my talent and things that parents didn't. Yeah, that's so corny. They didn't give me. I want to be a fun parent. That ain't got nothing to do with it. That's the mistake right there. Shoes till they got a hole in them. That's what I'm telling you. If you the youngest one too, you get more hand-me-downs than you get anything new. Because you're the one that may not really need a lot of stuff because you can fit what somebody else wore out. Not just wore out. You got the jeans that already, you know, almost got a hole in the knee. And you were proud of it. And these folks keep talking about parents giving, I want to give my kids what I never had. Well, that's, you know, you didn't have, the ass whooping is probably what was missing. I'm going to say it. Yeah, I said it. That's what the problem is. That's what you need to give. Because to me, the give is not about material things and to make this a fantasy. You got to raise these kids up to be with some structure and to care and appreciate and have respect. It ain't all about getting what you want and that's gonna make me happy. It's who you are and what you do and how you behave. And then you trying to like giving them what they want. Well, what is that supposed to mean? And you know, are you giving discipline when it's needed? Because this thing here, you can't, when you're out, you can't tell who the parents is, because a lot of people these days are hanging with their kids and their kids are controlling the show. You know what I mean? They're afraid to say anything to them, and they're afraid not to give them everything. That's not no parent. And you know how many kids, whoever them parents that say, I got to give my kids what I didn't have, you know how many of them parents' kids that got grown and said, I wish my mother would love me and spend more time with me, material things. I always got everything I wanted, but I didn't get enough hugs. You know how that story go. He said back in the day, one cared about clothes and shoes as long as they were clean. That's all it was. I had cold wings and got my tennis out at the grocery store. Yes, troops and kids, British Knights. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Converse and shoes today never wear out. I haven't bought myself a pair of shoes in 10 years and they still no hole. See, that's what I'm saying. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Because see, this stuff back in the day, and even us, we Tonka built. You understand? We're not like a cheap toy you buy in the Dollar Tree. We are Tonka built. And I keep trying to tell people, these shoes and these clothes, nobody's listening. When you talk like this, people think you crazy. But this stuff here is crazy. You know, this stuff, the way stuff is going around here, you got to get what you know, where you fit in your income bracket and all them areas. You can't worry about somebody else over here driving a Cadillac and you got to take a bus. Take the damn bus. That's your life. That's your cross to bear. That ain't got nothing to do with being in competition. You know, you can't spend their money. This your money. This your life. Do your thing. Worry about that. You know, ain't nobody got time to care about, you know, the grass may look greener on the other side, but it still has to be mowed. You know? Now, honey, let me tell you about it. I've been telling you, those was all, you know what? That's the whole problem now, is that people are more worried about what people think about what they got than who they are. You know? That's the whole problem with everything. People want to look a certain way for a certain facade opposed to really being a decent person. And that's where the whole problem is, because see, and that's a problem that we have in society too, with everybody with all this body dysmorphia and worried about all this type of stuff. Everybody, you know, and I was wondering, why does everybody feel like, you know, especially with a lot of the females, everything you wear has to be tight. It has to look sexual. It has to enhance a certain part of your body. You know, then you got guys, they feel that they gotta be masculine. They gotta have bicep. You gotta have the latest sneakers, the latest jersey, the latest haircut. You know, it's just like you walk in somebody else's shoes just to fit in, and that ain't really who you are. You know, just to be a part of what? What is it? Just look at it for what it's worth. I haven't seen anything in anybody else's family just because they had more financially than I. As long as I knew that I had clothes, a roof over my head, food to eat, I didn't care about all of that stuff because I wasn't raised materialistic. I wasn't raised without having morals and values and just being thankful. And that has a lot to do with discipline and stuff. That's why a lot of people be sending their kids and stuff to the army, because they didn't raise them up right and they figure they get disciplined by going somewhere like that when you could have done it at home. Yeah, shoes are too. It's ridiculous. Man, you know, for even babies these days, the money towards a car. I know that's right. And you notice too, even with these kids these days, if you get a pair of walking shoes, you know, they cost way more money than what they used to cost back in the days when you got a child to just start walking. You can't even get a decent pair of walking shoes. This all is going down the drain. You know what I mean? This ain't what it used to be, and it's getting worse and worse. There's no values. Nobody has no kind of, like, you know, with a lot of these kids, they don't have no curfew. They can talk to their parents any kind of way. They can have anybody in the house. They can date at any age they want to date at. They can miss as much school, skip school with no consequences. It's ridiculous. You know, and it ain't getting no better either. You just sit here and you watch everybody do their thing, and then they get mad when you say something. But see, you send your product out here in the world, and then somebody have to be bothered with it. You know, just because you didn't teach your kids no manners. I remember one day we decided, this was a long while ago, we decided, you know, from now on, like with our family, that we're going to spend a lot of time, because we live kind of somewhat off the grid for safety reasons, but we decided that we was going to start going off the grid for us and do things like back in the day. So we, you know, we took 2 buses to get to a mall where we could have drove in 20 minutes. You feel me? Walk, you know, somewhere that you could have drove. Crawl before you walk. We started doing that stuff, and then we got times where there's no TVs, no devices and stuff. You get around here and clean up and read books and stuff and talk and take walks. Don't even bother with no TV today. Shut it all down, damn it. Let it go. You know, breathe. Live off the nature life. Take a walk somewhere. You know, a lot of this stuff too, like all of these people breaking in necks, going to the gym and stuff, just like Miss over 50, she getting around here and she's just walking in her neighborhood and doing a little workout in the house, but she's not, you know, spending $200 a dang on month for a membership, you know what I mean, to go in some damn gym. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but why waste the money? There's so much stuff that you can do and give it back to nature and chill out. I always tell people, like when people are struggling about something financial, if you sit down with them and they write down what they do with their money that got them in the gym, and if you write down with your money what got you in the gym, and y'all exchange the paperwork, I bet you both can help each other out, because you can find ways to tell them where to cut out at where they didn't know how to do it on their own. Simple stuff. Well, what are you doing? Well, I pay this, I pay that, I pay this, I pay that. Well, you know what? When you're eating out 2 or 3 times a week, cut it to once a month. Or it could be not at all. See, stuff like that was a big deal. When I was coming up, they used to have something like the Ponderosa. You know, that was like the big deal to go there to eat out. You know what I'm saying? Now people, you know, are running a Red Lobster, you know, like it's, you know, an everyday thing. And then you worried about money. You know, and anytime that you pick a car, a living room set, it's not even about what you can afford. It's about what you can show off, so that you can show people that I'm living wealthy. I got it going on. I got money. That's what it's about for a lot of people. You know, financial, to show off, so they'll know that I got money. I am money. It's all stupid. Because, you know, I always tell people, when you see a hearse, do you see a U-Haul behind it? You know what I'm saying? You can't take it with you. And if you putting that much value on material items, who are you inside? You know, because it means nothing. It's one that much value on material items. It's crazy. It's crazy. We all lost in the sauce out here, y'all. We better get ourselves together, because I'm trying to tell you, honey, people ain't gonna know how to know what it's like. When that stuff hits the ground, they have nothing left. They have nothing left. That's why I always talk to, you know, when we be having conversation, I always tell people to make sure, if you are in a certain financial bracket where, you know, you got good money coming in, make sure you always have a backup plan, because sometimes that could fail. And like I said, we got a lot, and no disrespect to anybody, but we got a lot of rich people, just like, you know, and I'm not gossiping or to be rude, but it's like they got this, I don't know what his contract was, but it was for some millions. This young guy, he just, you know, got a contract, and he played ball, and already he got 2 girls pregnant at the same time. That sure would be money in the cars. That is a car down payment for sure, spirit in the sky. And I'm looking at this young dude, right? You already got 2 women pregnant at the same time. You got this contract, but what's going to happen when you get injured? If you get injured playing ball, and you got these 2 girls that you got 2 different women pregnant, you ain't married to neither one of them, and you get hurt, you trying to, you know, make a come up for yourself, You're trying to get your mother situated and other people in your family, and that money will be gone. Excuse me. That money will be gone, and you didn't invest it properly because you're trying to show off. You know what I mean? You're worried about the material thing. That's what I noticed too with people. As soon as they get some money, they run into fantasy land. And I mean, I know that some of that is typical to do whenever you have the extra money to get stuff that you could never afford. But sometimes you got to use, logic with things. You know what I'm saying? You got to use logic because this stuff can be taken overnight. Because if you get yourself used to this lifestyle and you get one injury that takes you from playing, you know what I mean? What are you going to do though? If you didn't invest your money in nothing and you running around here and got all these kids by all these women, after a while, that's going to play out. You know, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to anybody, nothing like that, and I have to say allegedly, but look at how Nick Cannon was a nice, good old boy next door. Now he done popped up with all these girls, all these different women having babies. What kind of game mess is that? Kids is not a game to play with. You got all these babies from all these different women just out of the blue. He first got married to Mariah Carey, you know, and they had 2 twins, and then all of a sudden, he just started, you know, when their marriage ended or whatever that was, he started having all these babies. And I know that, you know, they figure as long as we get child support, that ain't parenting. There's no way in hell you're going to be you got about 6 kids, you can be around all of them for Christmas. You can't fly to all those locations for Christmas, for birthdays. You can't do it. You're spreading yourself thin. And you're not active in these kids' life. I don't give a damn about no money or because you somebody famous. These kids are just like, you know, objects. You're having kids by all these different women. How are you spending and then you're not in relationships with none of the mothers. How are you spending quality time? And you know, and unfortunately, one of the kids died, and when she died, he had a baby with a whole nother woman, and then went right back to her and got her pregnant again. You know, that's not right. That's not, you know, that's not right. It's not healthy either. I don't care. Oh, I'm rich. I can take care of that. You know, come on. Kids need more than financial stuff. You know what I mean? Kids need more than to be taken care of financially. That ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? Compared to some love and some time. How are you around them? They don't even know each other. You know, and it got so wild. They started naming them kids all kinds of names. Beautiful Legend. What do all that? Who? What's going on here? You know, it's like you naming a horse. You know, and I'm not being disrespectful, so I don't want nobody to get mad in the bushes, but it's the truth. These names that you're picking, I remember people naming, you know, their horses and farm animals, Sundance and all that. You know what I'm trying to tell you? And you got so many of them that you don't even know which one goes with which mother. The only one you really know right is because, you know, you got Twins by Mariah, and, you know, she was famous. So, but all these other women, side bopping and tracking and all that, you don't got that going on. You don't got that going on. And what's his name, too? That's my boy Chris. I think he got 3 baby mothers already. All right, now, better slow down. I'm telling you, that stuff costs money, and it's not even about the money. It's how do you feel to have kids out there that you know you can't even see because you can't split yourself, you know, into that many pieces. Get out the bed. And then who is all these people running around here having all these sexual relationships without using any protection? We got all this human papillomavirus out here. These women are not just with you, especially if you're getting them pregnant and you gone. You know, they're on their own. And they're raising the kids by themselves. And they figure because you famous, that they want to, you know, have a baby by you, and they know they're going to get definite money. But what that has to do with providing love and morals, values, hug, and time? You know, it doesn't. You know, the kids are left hanging because you can't parent like that because you can't get around everybody. It's sad. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And I know everybody's busy here, so I don't want to keep talking y'all to death because I know everybody here. Because I'm just chilling, though. But I want to make sure you all know that I don't want y'all chained to this live because I know y'all got plenty of other lives and people and your physical life. I'm just talking it away. You know how we do. We get in here, we make it count. Excuse me. We have good conversations that all of us can laugh and talk and enjoy together. I tell you, something else out here, though. She said, that's so true, they give phones and is now family time. Yeah, it is. If you ever go out someplace, and I know y'all know it, but you know when you go out someplace, just look at. I promise you, I got some folks that I deal with that I bring, to a certain place that's for elderly people. I'm looking at people that are real, elderly, that's 70 and stuff, sitting there on a cell phone now because their great grandson or daughter got them hooked into that stuff. If you look around when you go to any place in public, there ain't hardly nobody there that's not glued to a phone. We're gone. We're gone. We're gone. And then these little kids, there's no way in heck. Now, I understand if you got like an iPhone that broke and, a couple of little games that you may have gave that phone to your kid, but if that is what the child wakes up and go to bed with, you got a problem. You got a problem on your hand. The young one on their phone being entertained by strangers, yes, pervs, anybody, freaks. And I wanted to tell you that too. I just recently, not too long ago, about a couple of months back, I just had a child that was in my live, right? And I could tell it was a child because of what they was typing, right? So while they were doing that, I went over and peeped in their channel, and it was a little boy about 8 or 9. So once I seen who he was, I came and had a dear talk with him. He retracted his message and left, y'all. I didn't say nothing bad to him. I felt worried for him, because I was telling them, I said, listen, sweetie, I don't know if you're being supervised or not, but this is a grown-up channel. Even though we're not bad people, we may be talking, and this, I don't have no channel. Rruk of all is a hangout spot, but I just said, for him to understand. I said, a lot of people are not good out here on the internet, and by you being so young, you got to watch out, because I could be a weirdo, and some bad things can happen to you. You got to watch what you're doing. Please be careful when you enter different people's lives. And if your mother's not supervising, you may think it's funny now, but when something happens, you won't. So you need to tell your parents that they need to do some kind of parental control on the computer and supervise you while you're on it. And then you can't be sneaky yourself and do things either, because you might get somebody that's a weirdo and you don't even know it. And it may not be somebody that's way across the world. It could be your neighbor down the street that sees you every day. And they found a way to tap in. You got to watch what you're doing, because you're showing your whole face. You're saying where you live at. There's no parent that's coming in the background to tell you, because I seen the same child and somebody that I know live, and they were cussing and rolling up marijuana on this live while they was gaming. And the little boy, that same little boy, I remember him because I did a screenshot. I wanted to make sure I remember. That same little boy was over in their live, and they allowed him to stay in their live. Mother effer, bleep, 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 yo, yo, I'm lit, I'm lit, I'm lit. Mother F, all that, and they were rolling marijuana, where you can see them rolling it, in the live. And the little boy was, in the chat, but obviously he was watching everything that they was doing. And I kept saying to them, because I thought they was cool people, and these are, grown people. I said, you guys, I got a young one in the live. Oh, yeah, he all right. Let him chill. I said, let him chill how? I said, this boy looked like he about 8, 9 years old. I went and checked out his profile. I went to his YouTube channel, and they all know little homie's okay. I said, you know what? I'll see y'all later. I left, because you know better than that. You know better than letting that child hang around y'all live, and y'all swearing and rolling up marijuana and all that kind of stuff like that. That ain't proper. And then it's his mother's fault, or maybe his mom and them don't know, or they don't got no parental nothing on his computer. It was all wrong. And the people that I was chilling with that I thought was a little bit more decenter than that, it got me looking at them a little bit different, and I basically just stopped going to their channel, because once I seen them do that, they have no respect for kids. I don't care if the boy's mother's not doing what she's supposed to, or the father. It don't make you guys, right to do it too. Somebody's got to shield the child and say something, because I told him not to come over here, but I didn't say nothing in the way to scare him or nothing nasty. I just talked to him, to give them a better understanding and warning about strangers out here, stranger danger, and to be careful, because some people can track your IP address. It could be a weirdo. Yes, they do. They don't care. They want the clicks, the views, and anything goes. And I'm going to tell you guys something here, and I don't want y'all to think I'm being negative, but we had a situation here where who had been friends with this female on YT for a couple of years. I'm trying to tell the story because it's so old, so I may not tell it right. So don't think I'm here trying to fib or play games or anything. But she had this YouTuber person that was, she was friends with for a couple of years, and they were cool and stuff. And they correspond backwards and forward, and they would mail each other different stuff for gifts or birthdays and things of that. Finally, one day, this woman, the one that had the actual YouTube channel, she was at work, and the person came up to her and said, "Hi," I'll just make it, "Hi, Pamela, it's me, Mary." But when the person said, "Hi, Pamela, it's me, Mary," the person was a man. And she was like, "So what are you, Mary's husband?" "No, I'm Mary. I just didn't want to tell you I had a crush on you and I'm really a man." And attacked her right there on the job. And guess what? It ended up being a male that was her neighbor that lived a couple of streets down. He somehow stumbled on her YouTube channel and had been stalking her all that time and pretending to be, and then I guess he got desperate enough that he wanted to meet her and figured that he would uncover that he's really a man and that he's in love with her. And once they went to court and everything, because he attacked her at the job, to come to find out he was her neighbor that lived a couple of houses down. You see? Sick. Yes, you see what I'm trying to tell you? Yeah. Because he had been already, I guess, checking her out. You know what I mean? And then, like stalking around her job, and, like he would go, like just say when she went to a gym, because she discussed, and that's the thing too that was a mess too. She talked with this person because she thought it was a female friend. So she was telling basically the friend everything about her, and come to find out that was the neighbor from down the street. A weirdo, unfortunately. And he came and said, "No, I'm really so-and-so." And she was like, "No, you must be her husband." She said, "No, I'm really so-and-so." She said, "No, it can't be." And that person attacked her for, saying that you don't want to, "I thought you said you loved me." She said, "Yeah, but we were like friends, like sisters, not no." And the person attacked her at the job, and, it all ended up going to court. And it came out that when he was speaking about, being pregnant at the same time as her, it was all a lie. He didn't even have a girlfriend that was pregnant. There was nobody in his family that was pregnant at the same time as her. So he pretended to be a female for quite a few years. And they became to be real friends. And, they finally said they were going to get ready to have a meet and greet. And then that's when he decided to go up to her job as himself and think he was going to woo her and win her over, knowing that she was married. And he lied to pretend he was a married woman, pretend he was pregnant at the same time as her, and he attacked her for rejection. Sick. That's why you got to watch out for that. A real creep. It's disgusting. Lived a couple of houses down from her. So you imagine how close that is, especially if you're talking to a friend that's disclosing stuff to you about where they live at, and perhaps where we keep an extra key at my grandmother's, a couple of blocks on this street under her mat if we ever get locked on. The stuff that you would tell a physical friend, because I wouldn't be telling nobody that on the internet that I don't know, because see, this woman, the one that got attacked, she does videos with the person that's been her friend. You never had no pictures or nothing of her, and anytime y'all sent anything, that person would have you send stuff to their P.O. box. And then when they would put up pictures, it would only be like pictures of other people, like it was some other woman that was pregnant, not even him and his real wife or none of that. He was a weirdo, known to be a weirdo at his job and all that. And he was coming there to plan on attacking you if you would reject him. And he did attack her, but good thing he didn't get a chance to pull out no knife or anything, because it got stopped. But that's what his whole plan was, when I revealed to her that I'm really a man, and if she rejects me, I'm taking her down, that type of thing. And you went there, and you knew all the while when you was friends with her, you pretended to be a woman, and you said that you had, a husband and kids as well, and that y'all was pregnant around the same time. So all that was sick. You get what I'm saying? All of that was sick. And see, that's what happened when you get on here with all this foolishness, because I'm telling you, I keep seeming, no matter what I try to do, with resetting Rruk of all here, I always get some untruthful people on here that always starts a bunch of mess and drama that I be thinking that's my friends, and they turn up to be shady on YT. And that's why I don't go no further than like how we are right now, like us and with Brother Marquise. And a lot of you guys that I have here are good, but I got about 6 people that are off the wall here. And I don't know what they're trying to do, but I done got rid of. And I mean, not in a disrespectful way. I just stopped communicating with them. And a lot of times with people with these YouTube channels, if you stop going to them, they'll finally leave you alone. And that's what I had to do to get a lot of people off my back. And I probably had to do that with 100 people different times throughout probably the last year here, of people attaching themselves to you and mean you nothing but harm and drama and control and using you and trying to manipulate you. You know what I mean? Because I just had some problems with a crowd of people here that was dumb because I got 2 surgeries coming up here. So I started tankering down, and I know you didn't hear about this, I don't think, Spirit in the Sky. I started tankering down around Father's Day, so I wasn't able to really do the Rruk stuff. So I had family setting up lives for me, family going to say hi to a couple of YouTubers for me and commenting on their page. And I also had struggled with, I don't know if you were around a couple of months, 6 months back or so. I think it was maybe about 6 months back, if not less, where I started having problems with people with the wrenches. I kept getting a lot of my close friends that kept getting blocked. So I contacted somebody at YouTube. I didn't speak to a bot or anything. I talked to a real person, and they told me that the only people that can block anybody would be me and any of the mods that I have, but also there's some rogue mods. So maybe if you take your wrenches down, that could help you. Yes. So I was told, to take the wrenches down. I know I already told you this, Marquise. I was just trying to spill spirit in. So I did that, and I had so much support from some people that I thought was my friends on here. And a good 5 of them I thought was my friends. And what happened was one of them said that they got blocked, and they told some other people to contact me, but I never got the contact information. And that person went back and said, well, I told Rruk, so if she didn't respond, I guess, she blocked you and she don't want to be bothered. And I'm going to be honest with you, that's not how I handle stuff like that, first of all. And then I always tell people, anytime you send somebody a text, an email, if you reach out to them on Instagram, if they didn't reply back to you, you can't consider that they got the message just because you left it. That person could have died. They could have had the internet shut off. I mean, I can name a whole bunch of stuff that could have happened, but when you jump to conclusions, that's when it starts trouble. So this is what happened. So this person that thought I blocked them and all this other stuff, they went and contacted somebody that I used to know, and that person contacted me. Now, mind you, I'm going through medical stuff. I ain't got time for this mess. And the person contacted me and said, Rruk, so-and-so said that you blocked them and that they seen you in somebody's live and that you ignored them and that they had 2 or 3 friends that left you emails and you didn't respond and all that. First of all, I've never given nobody no email. So that's a flat-out lie right there. Never. The most that you can contact me is by, Instagram, because I have to live a certain kind of way for safety reasons. And see, that's how I can tell people it's not my real friends, because not nobody, but the majority of them seems to forget that part. The majority of them, and this was like 5 people that I just lost maybe a month ago because of this one person trying to stir up some trouble here. And just like me right now, if I had a problem with any of you guys, I promise you, I'm not going to go to 15 damn people talking negative unless I know for sure what's going on. What I would do is I'm reaching out to you and you only. The only way that I'm going to grab a bunch of people together is I'm going to do an intervention because you got a drink, a drug, a gambling problem. You don't got to get that many people together for something this petty. It was ridiculous. And the only way that I will say something about you to somebody else is if I just say, for instance, if I couldn't get in touch with one of you guys, I would say to somebody, well, if you see Brother Marquise, tell him to give me a holler. If you see Spirit in the Sky, tell her to holler at me. I wouldn't just go and say, they blocked me, what kind of friend they are, and contacting 5, 6 people, and then you got one person is the dog carrying a bone. Well, I left her a message. So she got it. She must don't want to be bothered. You're telling a damn lie, because I promise you, the 2 messages that you left, I can show you that was a month ago, and they were never responded to. So you should have never did that. But But yeah, this is how it goes with people. You know what I'm saying? You have to watch what you're doing out here. But that poor girl, yeah, she had that person stalking her, and the person lived right down the street. So after that happened, look at Brother Marquise. You know what I'm talking about, y'all. I'm gonna get back onto some good stuff. I just wanted to let Spirit in the Sky know what was going on with that. And I promise you, a few of them is Spirit too. No shade. You just probably haven't met that side of their personality yet, because I didn't know they had it either. Because it's all meow and all this, unicorns and rainbows. But anyway, that girl that got attacked by that catfish YouTuber, that person, that started court proceedings, and that person had to move and sell their house, because who want to live down the street from somebody like that? That was her own neighbor. A neighbor that was stalking her. You see what I'm trying to tell you? Somebody waving to you and saying good morning. Do you know how deep that is for somebody to spend that much time and been dealing with you 2 to 3 years and pretending to be a female and pretending to be pregnant around the same time as you, and all the while it was a man that liked you, and then he got bold enough to come up to your job? Yes, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, here we go with these communities, and you know what I'm talking about, Miss Spirit. Them kind of folks. I didn't know they had that personality. Instead of coming to me for the friends that I thought we were. You know how it go. You know what I'm talking about. It's sad. It's sad. And you know what kills me too, just like with my other Miss Lady that was on here, Betty. I was telling her she know the same person too. Because once you become in these circles like this, we all become friends and start knowing each other. And sometimes people don't believe you when you tell them stuff, because they never met that part of a person's personality. You get where I'm coming from? Like, I'll give you an example, and not to bash men, I'm just using it, man or woman. But I'll just say, for instance, this man was in his relationship with this woman, and they were in a relationship, for 15 years, and they got some kids. The marriage ends, or the relationship ends, and now he's with the new boo, and the new boo is believing everything that he said about the old boo, which ain't true, because see, you didn't meet the one that chokes you out yet. You see? Because right now he's still knocking that headboard down, so y'all in lover's lane right now. See, you ain't met the fist yet. You understand, the left and the right yet, because you and him is in a new relationship. But what I want to tell you is that I was with him for 20 years, and my eyes was black in 20 of them damn years. You can't tell me who I was married to or who I had kids by. Just because you with him, then you only seeing the good parts of him, because see, he definitely ain't changed. You just ain't met that part of him yet. See, people don't understand. Folks have different personalities for different people that they encounter. So you may be saying, oh yeah, this is so-and-so, just like with this couple. This couple had a couple that they were friends with. It was two sets of couple, husband and wife. They were friends over 20-something years. Neighbors, good friends. They raised their kids together, all of that kind of stuff, And they turned out to where it was on the news. The lady was watching the news one day, and it came on the news. Such and such, they said their names, at such and such street, had been keeping a teenage girl as a sex slave in the basement. And come to find out, it was their neighbors and best friends that did that. And the first thing they said, oh, Carl and Mary are not like that. I'm just making these names up. I've been knowing them for over 20 years. Our kids played together. They never did anything perverse to our kids. That's a lie. That can't be true. But it was true, because they went in there taking pictures and everything, and the girl was caged up in your house. How did your child get there? How did that 14-year-old get there in the basement? And then the woman changed its story and said that her husband must have done it because she didn't know. And come to find out, they had videotapes that was found. Both of them molested this girl together and separately. So how is Martha and her husband, they going to sit there and say they didn't do that? When first of all, you got video pictures that prove it, that was shown in court. The girl is speaking and testifying herself. The wife admitted that she realized the husband was doing it behind her back, when in fact it was both of them. So how are you going to tell the rest of the world that they didn't do that just because you know a different part of them? You don't know what they do in the boom boom room. You see what I'm saying? You only know what they show you. Just like when you're in a relationship with somebody, people can tell you, oh, I worked with Mary for 16 years. She's a darling. She's an angel. And blah, blah, blah. Oh, me and Mike, we've been friends for, 15 years. And he used to drive my kids to school. Yeah, but he raped my daughter. Excuse my language. I'm saying it just like that. No, that didn't happen. There was, body fluid found inside of her. Let's stop. Let's stop. You didn't know they were like that because they didn't tell you they were like that. See, you got to look at people. You don't know everything. The right hand don't always know what the left hand is doing. We got to be real with this, y'all. We got to wake up. This is whacked. People are in denial because you only know a certain. See, this is the thing too. When you only know a person to a certain extent, right? But you got proof that they can be totally different. You got to believe what you see, yo. It ain't about your first instance when you hear that Mike and Mary had a child in the basement. No, I've been friends with them over 20 years. They never had no kind of problems like that with kids. None of my kids ever got touched at their house. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, I know that you feeling that. That's your own son, daughter, best friend that's being arrested for something that you don't believe they've done. But when they're showing you videos that the person did this, how can you dispute that? You see, this is the games that people play. You know what I mean? This is the games that people play when you go too far in denial. I don't care if it's your own son, your daughter, your mama, your aunt, your best friend, your godmama. If you know that you known this person to be a decent person all your life, but they got actual videos to show them molesting a child, how can you change that no matter how you feel about that? I'm not saying you're supposed to stop loving them instant and overnight, but you can't dispute that. There's no way. She's just there smiling in your face, and all the time they want to take your place. Yes, the backstabbers. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's why I said you don't know. See, you got to remember, just like with all of us, obviously, there's certain things that you may do in the privacy of your home that you don't allow the rest of the world to see you do, because that's normal. There's no such thing as normal. I don't like using that word. But it's a regular situation. There's things that you may do at home that you may not do in public. Like with me, I'm not going to go up to the bank with my nightgown on. I mean, a lot of people go out in their pajamas on the regular, but I'm just giving a synopsis. So I wouldn't be seen like that, so they wouldn't know me in that era. You understand what I'm saying? I may wear something different to the beach, but you wouldn't catch me going to church like that. I'm just giving examples. So you don't know that side of me when I chill and relax and have a glass of wine if I drink wine. You get what I mean? You're not going to know that, Pastor. You get what I'm trying to tell you? People don't know that there's certain parts that folks are not going to know because they don't know you, or they never had a falling out with you, so they don't know how nasty and naughty you get. See, that's another thing, too, when you talk to people about the truth. You know, just like whenever a child is being harmed in the household, whether it be by a man or a woman, or if it's physical or any kind of sexual abuse, you're not going to believe it. You're not going to believe it right off because it's shocking. If you have a child that's coming over and saying that, my dad is touching me, whether it's a boy or girl, or my aunt or mother's touching me, you won't believe it at first. So you got to figure out who to believe, the child or the grown-up. And a lot of grown-ups always feel the child is not going to be believed, so then that's when they're able to get over with their lies and manipulation. And I always tell folks, when you got a situation like that, you got to only go certain ways with that. When a kid is telling you something that's happening to them, you're supposed to believe the child for real, even if it's husband and wife and it's their own daddy. You know what I mean? Also, you can do different things yourself to find out if it's true. If you are that hard to convince, which it shouldn't be that hard, you can put a videotape in your house. You can put cameras up. You can find out if you want to. Yes. He said backstabber, yes. Yes. You can find out if you want to, but a lot of people don't. I know so many children that have been touched, and nobody wants to hear it, Nobody wants to hear about it. You get abused further if you dare go and tell somebody about it. People don't want to hear about it, but I know that it happens, and kids don't get hurt, and that's how a child end up coming to say to you, I've been molested by my uncle. I've been molested by my aunt for 15 years. That's because nobody believed her. So they let it happen. You don't know all sides to a person. And that's because people are right to their privacy. You know what I mean? And their intimacy is private. But I know that a lot of times folks don't want to believe you when you're speaking and living in your truth either. Folks will have a fit if you dare say something about somebody that they have, held up to the highest. You know what I mean? Oh, they couldn't have done that. Oh, they're not like that. Mary's not that type of person. And come to find out, Mary is like that. They got somebody not running around, but they got a woman right now on YouTube that's telling a story about she was in wherever she lived at, her Walmart. She, some people was following them around the store trying to sex traffic her and her daughter. And they said they caught on to it, and they got security, and it was like, I think two women and two men, and they had a van outside. And they said that they noticed that this woman and man, these different people kept following them through the store. Even when they got in line to check out, these people was following them. And they said that they went and got security in Walmart. I forgot where it is, but the story is on YouTube. They were looking to kidnap for sex trafficking. And I think it was like two men and two women, and they had a van, and they was looking for some, women to kidnap, and they had women helping them hunt down other women to be raped. Believe it. I'm gonna. Telling you, you don't know people, yo. You don't know people. That's like you think you do all the time. So be careful. Float your boat.
Yeah, I got some. Yeah, I like cheesy bread.
I need the boogeyman is real. The boogeyman is real. I keep telling people. One thing that's true too in this life is that sometimes people don't realize the folks closest to you and that you love the most is your enemy. A lot of times we don't know that. You gotta watch out for all of that. I'm telling you, all of it. Let me see. I'm gonna turn this thing off. I thought we did no. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what y'all people got going on here? I enjoyed you too. Amen, Spirit. I enjoyed your company, honey. I enjoyed you, honey. Please keep on putting up that awesome content. You come by anytime you like. Love you, girl. It's been amazing. I am glad we met. Blessings to you, my darling. Thank you so much for being here. I enjoyed to see. This is what I come on YouTube to do. Is really spend my time. Even it don't even have to be on a YouTube platform. It could be just us talking in some kind of way we can talk. Because I'm trying to think about getting my. I used to. It's not a party line, but I used to have a line that people that need help or want to talk. Even help me. We would talk and carry on. You know what I mean, on that line. And we get at least 2 people on there at a time, and we would talk. Nobody's worried about money. Nobody's doing nothing. You know what I mean? And we just was enjoying each other's company. But I thank you dearly, darling. You too. Yes. I love you coming, honey, and I love hanging out with you, girl, because I'm having a lot of fun going to all them different places with you. I'm enjoying it. Thank you for coming, Jane. I appreciate it. And honey, I'm gonna tell you, we got rid of those. We talked about this before, but I want to tell you that neighbor, because me and you had some stuff in common, girl. I ain't gonna bring your business out, but we had some stuff in common. I just want to let you know that crazy neighbor is gone. But honey, guess what? The landlord's gonna rent it out to somebody else, so we don't know what's next. We pray. I'm praying. Oh my gosh! And this has been some years with this problem. Everything you've had and more, sis. And I'm praying that this is over and done with. Like we'll get somebody decent after all this time. And I promise you, it was so hard to get that person out. They kept coming back. They hung out during the 4th of July. It got bad. They were hanging on the property after you done gave the keys up and it's supposed to be gone. Just kept coming back and wouldn't leave. God, I pray. Oh my gosh. Me too. I can't do it. I can't do it because this has been a nightmare. I hope you're doing good, Jane. It's been a nightmare. I'm talking about people that's making threats as well as all the other violations. You know what I mean? Yelling out profanity and don't even know you. I've never gotten involved with these people at all. Yelling profanities and things of that. It was bad. And the landlord seemed to be afraid. And I was thinking that, but they looked like they was just trying to get their rent money, long as they was getting some rent. That's all they was concerned with, if you know what I mean. So that finally gone, but it was like almost like they couldn't even get these folks out, because what I think happened too is that when they moved out, they turned in the keys, but they kept a set of keys, and the landlord did not, boy, didn't get no new keys, didn't change the locks. So they kept coming and coming. Yes, you deserve a good, yes, honey, this ain't gonna work, girl. I don't think I can do this again. And the only thing that I'm thinking about is if and I'm not looking to be negative, but we live in the real world. You understand what I'm saying? I'm looking at like this, if, some, I don't want to call people garbage and things of that, but that's what that was. Low, very low level. If some other people come in like that again, we're going to kind of barricade ourselves. You know what I mean? We're going to find a way to shut it down where, they don't even see us, and we can't, be bothered with them. Now, as far as their music, there's not too much they can do about that. You know what I mean? That we can do about that, but we're going to barricade a little bit differently. You know how people can see you in your yard and they're sitting over there and watching and looking? We're going to put up the fences, as tall as we can get, even though they may possibly be able to go up to a top window and look down in the yard, but they won't be sitting right there, if that makes sense. So we're thinking about that. Even if we get good people, we're just thinking about kind of barricading ourselves off until we can figure out what we want to do here. Because this has been, I promise you, a nightmare. I promise you. I've never lived with such dysfunction before, ever. And I pray that, you keep doing good and you don't get no more messed up, folks around you either. And I know you had a lot of experience out here on YT, so you know what I'm talking about with a lot of that. And unfortunately, there's a few people that I'm talking about that, and it wasn't like real horrible stuff that they were saying, but it wasn't appropriate for the kind of friendship that we have. I thought these were some nice people, and I'm willing to rectify the situation if they're willing to apologize and pay attention that they went about this the wrong way. I'm not saying nobody went out and formed a hate crime or posse against me, but they did this a misunderstanding that went awry inappropriately. You know what I mean? And I would love to rectify that because I'm not that type of person that like to hate and hold grudges and stuff. But I tell you, when I shut it down, it goes down. You know what I mean? That crap goes out with the bump. I don't play that. Hello, music neighbor. Now has the dealers and the ladies who change in and out, and they're a mess, girl. I had that. Listen, I had somebody over here, girl. Let me tell you, honey. Woo! It got so bad because this person here, they constantly have people living with them, and to be a boyfriend, the music is played 24/7. There'll be a boyfriend for about a couple of months, then another boyfriend, then there'll be a woman and a child staying there, three other people staying there, trash in the yard, loud music, stuff coming over into your yard, crazy parties, and there's never a dull moment. And I just don't see it, and I feel so bad because these folks got kids and stuff. The landlord, he'll pop his A around to pick up his rent, but he does nothing else. And I'm telling you, they got a circus going on over there. The music, I remember the music being so loud one time that it felt the mirror we had on the wall fell off and broke our fish tank, a little small fish tank, you know what I mean? We had it was just a fish tank in one of the youngins' rooms with a betta fish in it, but the vibration was so bad. And the music with this crowd, they listen to music 24/7, I promise you. 24/7. And Indian, everybody's in the yard, cookouts, arguing, drunk, loud. It just never stopped for years. In the country, I have one neighbor. Praise the Lord, Brother Marquise. Oh, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord for you. Oh my God, praise the Lord. I promise you, I had that same peace and tranquility until I'm not a victim anymore. I won't call myself a victim, I'm a victor. But I had the same peace and I'm not bragging, but I was able to, this is so sad to even tell this story, but I was able to live like that, have a property and rent the property out, to having to let your properties go back to renting and living with some mess like this. Even though, some places you could own a nice house and have messed up neighbors that own a house too. You know what I mean? It's all about the people. It's not even always the neighborhood. It's about the people. Man, I miss that. It's almost like a dream that never happened when I was able to live like that. You know what I'm saying? And it was everything. It was everything. My whole life has changed, and it's nowhere near what I had and what I worked for. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to brag or show off or anything like that, but you get caught up. And like I said, what I'm going through right now, this is in the courthouse for real stuff. And it's something that involved one of my jobs that I was working at, that several of us employees had a problem with clients and folks that we deal with that got taken from the job onto the streets. You know what I mean? And certain things that you do professionally, people will come at you when they see you out in public, even if it's just Walmart. If you're a part of having to remove abused kids from a home or handicap abused people, and then you run into one of them people outside of the job or the court and, things of that. I'm just trying to give a scenario. And then also when you're involved with people and they don't know when to let go. And folks can't get on with their lives. You know how stalking and crazy things can go. People don't understand having to live that type of life. And then you try to go somewhere because you had to change everything, cars, all of that, P.O. box, all that kind of stuff. Then you got to live near some messed up neighbors. It's just sick. It's sick. Amen. Thank you, Jesus. Good night, beautiful. Love you, sis. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess, honey. That's why I said people don't understand. I'm trying to keep it up with y'all, but folks don't be believing it. People don't believe it. People do not believe in it. This ain't something that you got to watch on, 48 hours. You know what I'm saying? You can actually meet some of the people that's really dealing with that foolishness. Unfortunately. And a lot of times people don't miss a good thing till it's gone. Then they come trying to dig out the trash looking. And you trying to leave people alone, then you got third parties that's getting involved. It gets sick. It's really sick. Yes. That's how it be. That's why I said folks don't know your real story, and you try to give them little bits and pieces of your life and why and how you do things, but sometimes folks don't believe you because they act like that's somebody else and that they'll never actually meet people that been into that. Because see, I finally put down that victim mentality, and I just say, I'm a victor, but I did have a mental status of feeling like a victim because that's what I was at the time when these things happen. And you have to be careful with the jobs that you do out here because people will turn up on you. I done seen a cashier get jumped just because she told the person that the item they're looking for is not on sale anymore. You feel me? It gets crazy. So we got to watch what we do. No game. It's just what it is in the world that we live in. And unfortunately, we live in a world that's getting worse and worse by the day. Our days are numbered. You know what I'm saying? It is. It messed up everything. You imagine, too, especially if you're a person, and I'm not bragging, because I never forget where I came from. You know what I mean? But you imagine if you go from, working hard and establishing what you want. And I'm not saying material things are everything, but that's not the point of being successful in life, because that's how God wants us to be, to the high most. You know what I mean? And you're able to, be decent enough on your own without no help from anybody other than God to buy a house and then to be able to get a second house and rent that out and getting ready to start going into doing properties, because that's how it started. You know what I mean? And it was rocking. And you got this whack stuff at the job, because one thing I don't like about court is when you go to court, a lot of times they put all your business out there. You understand where I'm coming from? They put too much of your business out there. You could be going to court with somebody that you got a restraining order or whatever against, and they send your name and address all out in the courthouse, or you going to court, they got your name on the paperwork that they served the other party. All this stuff is not as private as it used to be. You know what I mean? And then you may get the person that offended you. You get them straightened out, but then they know that they can't make contact with you, so now they got their mama and grandmama and them doing the riding by your house and peeping outside the window of your jobs. All that sick. Man, listen, if they would have caught me, listen, license to carry, I'm going to say it like that. But if they would have caught me at another time, if I wasn't working on my salvation, it would be, laid out. It would be done. It would be done. I would have probably done things totally different. I'm not making threats. I don't want to sound scary and creepy because I'm not that chick. I'm just saying. Catch me outside. You feel me? It's a whole nother can of worms to open up right there. It could never. You know what I mean? It could never. Because I just can't. And then, like I said, sometimes our work puts us in danger. You know what I mean? The work that you do. Just like I'm going to tell you, I got, and I'm not, trying to show off or nothing like that, but I got a friend that, her son, he just graduated from the police academy, right? And he ended up, it was just one of the nights that they get called to, some kind of whack stuff going on at a frat party or something that he went to dissolve. And when he did that, obviously, when the cop has to go and they have to make arrests and stuff, and they had drugs and all that. So, quite a few people went to jail. So, when somebody got to go to jail, the police officer has to come and testify in court. Okay? So, he had to go to court with these folks and stuff like that and testify what he arrested them for. You know how they go. This is just the regular technicalities. So when he did that, he ended up, doing that as he has many a times with different situations. And he got to the point to where he did that. And then, life goes on. He's had plenty of cases he had to show up in court for. And finally, one day, he was, living his life. He's in his 20s, young dude. He went out with some friends for a couple of drinks. And, one of the people that was a part of the crowd that got arrested, seen him out, at the club. And he's a police officer, a young boy off duty. He got jumped by them. So then that turned him into a victim. You get what I'm trying to say? Hey, what's happening, John P. Adventures? How you doing? Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hey, John. What's up? How you doing? I hope you're doing all right. We're just talking about all kinds of different things that's happening out here in the world. But yeah, so he ended up getting attacked by these guys at the club. And then that turned into a whole big problem of a regular thing, you know what I mean, where he got attacked because he's a police officer off duty. When this arrest took place, he was on duty, and he got attacked by these guys at the club. And now that became a situation where now he's going to court because, when he was on duty, he had to arrest some people, and he's seen them when he was off duty, and, it got personal. See, that's what I'm telling you about. All this stuff out here is crazy. And that was his job. But, he's a police officer. They all have a life, too, and they doing their thing, and they out in the world chilling. So he got attacked. He says, good night, Sister Rruk. Thank you so much. Good night, my guy. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you coming in if it's nighttime. Have a good night, Brother Marquise. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for stopping in, John. I appreciate it. I thank everybody for being here. And I hope everybody is doing well. You know how that go. We live in this thing called life. But yeah, so that started a problem. So, like I said, one of my issues occurred just from, career-wise. That's what started off the first situationship. And then after that, I had something personal that happened. Like I said, when people don't know when it's time to go on. You know what I mean? People don't know how, let it go. So that's what keeps me off the grid, and the many changes in my life and things I've had to do and what I'm doing. So now I gotta, rebuild. You finna get ready to head out, Brother Marquise? He said good night. Thank you so much, bro. Much love. I appreciate it. And John just stopped in. I appreciate all you guys. I really do. I thank you guys for being who you are, for your loyal friendship and support, spending some time and shining some light on me, man. It feels good to, be with a nice crowd of people, and y'all really can chill out and respect and care about each other. You know what I mean? So it's all a good journey to be on. Loving friendships, togetherness, bonding, backing each other up. Get it right. Thank you, people, for being here. Thank you, John. I appreciate you.
Did you just put these in?
Hmm?
Is this today or is this for tomorrow?
Today. Well, look, it's after 12, but it was. Look, if it's after 12, if it's in the afternoon, hey. Bless you guys and bless everybody. That's right, y'all. We want to give love out to everybody. We want everybody to be happy. We want everybody to live this life and be free and keep it real, you know? Be happy. Enjoy the conversations, enjoy the friendships, and live. You know, that's all we can do. God has given us this life, and you know, it don't come with guarantees. It's what you make it. I mean, we got some sour apples in the bunch, but we keep moving. Because I promise you, I'm way off my grind. I am nowhere near what I set out to do. I had it going on. I had it going on in a different way. You know what I mean? You know, goals and goals that were met, determination, and you know, it all got flipped upside down by being caught up in the wrong situation, which was no fault of my own, and I'm fighting my way back. You know, it's just a little bit harder this time because this medical things is coming in the way of me living to my fullest potential. But as long as I'm alive and I'm still floating, I think I got this, regardless of where I got to live and what I got to do. I'm still going to always win. You know what I mean? Even though I talk about it, doesn't mean that I'm slipping or that I don't have faith. You know what I mean? Because it's not about the things. It's really about who I am. You know what I mean? And staying strong, whole, and humble. That's more important than any material thing. So that's what I keep my eyes on and realize that sometimes you can rise from the top and you can still fall. You know, you can rise up to the top and you can still fall, but that doesn't mean that you can't be okay. You know? And I'm okay. Thank you, sir. I'm okay. Because that's a lot. There's a difference, you know, in and there's nothing wrong with renting, but it's hard when you got your goals met of what you're doing in life and you lose it all because of someone else. You know, at least sometimes I feel that you feel good, you know, a little bit better if you made the mistake yourself or something. But for somebody to make you a victim and turn your whole life upside down, it's horrible. You know, but we live, talk about it. Our secrets keep us sick, so we talk sick. So we talk about it and we let it out and we put our best forward and we keep moving. We keep moving. I appreciate all you guys though, because I like to really, you know, so you guys to get to know me a little bit better, especially since I'm not on camera. You get an idea of what it's like because I used to have a actual channel, you know, and I had a lot of like different skits. Me and my family members would do, and I had them in the camera a lot, and I had to change up quite a few things, to stay private. You know what I mean, and safe, and that took a lot from the content that I wanted to provide. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of like, grinding my gears now, trying to figure out what can I keep doing, or should I just stop doing this YouTube thing? How, what direction to go in? Because I can't be fully. I'm not saying that I'm not who I am right now, but I'm saying a lot of stuff that I would like to share more of. Can't really do it. Can't really do it, and that makes it, kind of hard, and it's not fun. Oh, thank you so much, John. I enjoy having you here. Thank you. I'm just talking about, my reality. And see, I want people to understand that when you hang out with me, I'm gonna talk about everything, right? But it's not that I'm a negative person or that I'm coming from a negative place. I'm a Debbie Downer. It's none of that. I just discuss the reality of what life consists of. And a lot of people may not like that and not understand, but I promise you, it's not negative. I promise you. You know what I mean? Some of us got a hole in our boat, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? We are okay with sharing that. Some people like to have channels on here where they only talk about positive, good things, and they keep, negative things private, and that's all fine too. But I like having these conversations. Just like I said before, even with voting, a lot of people seem to get into an argument over voting and stuff. I don't come and get into it with anybody because I'm not the type of person that's going to allow somebody to move me backwards or forward or flip me. You know what I mean? If I would discuss if I'm somewhere where I can vote, if I can vote, because a lot of people Canada can't vote and things of that. But if I say that I vote for one party and you say you vote from another, that's it. Why argue? And if anybody try to have an argument, I just let it go. Like they'll say, "Why are you voting for that certain party?" Well, that's just what I went with. Okay, and that's it. But why did you listen? I don't want to have this conversation. You take care and you have a nice day. You don't have to, yeah, man, because that guy that you voting for, he did this in '79. Nobody cares about none of that. We are just, just being people and making what choice we think that is for our best. The only thing that I say when I talk about voting too is that please make sure if you're able to vote that you know who you're voting for. You may not want to vote for everybody in that party. You may want somebody different for the mayor and somebody different for this or that. You know what I mean? Just make your choices and go on. Nobody cares. I've seen jobs where people have gotten into fist fights over being friends at the job for them amount of years until voting came back up. And once different parties start wearing a pin or they got something on their desk indicating who they vote for, they went to war over there. And I don't understand why. I don't understand why. We may not agree with everything, but people can find a happy medium. You know what I mean? Or just mind your business. Folks have a right to do what they want to do. You know what I mean? And it doesn't have to interfere with your world. If you are who you are and they are who they are, leave it alone. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. It ain't got to get crazy. It doesn't have to get crazy. Something with this, yeah. Oh, I hate this because it comes out good and it squirts good. There was something there. Let that help juice it down, huh? Tell me if you smell this and if it smells good. Does it smell good? It's orange breeze. You smell it?
No, that's good.
Smell that there. Best smelling one I've ever had. Insects and flies. Yeah. But yeah, guys, be happy. Live life, y'all. I promise you, there's going to be a lot of stuff that you don't have no control over, but you do have control over allowing somebody to get you angry over something that's not even don't have anything to do with you. Let people be who they are. And I keep telling folks that, and like I said, I discuss a lot of stuff here, and it's not coming from a bad place. But the problem that people have is that they may not want to talk about it and they get upset if you do, but they don't have to be there if they don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? And just go on. When I be talking, a lot of people tell me, "Oh, Rruk, it's your house, it's your party." No, I don't have a channel. This is a hangout spot. And if I'm having a certain conversation, and if someone wants to come in and have a totally different conversation, or they're not comfortable with what I'm saying, this ain't my spot. This is for all of us to hang out. So if I'm saying something that may make somebody feel uncomfortable, I'm really willing to change the conversation so that we all can get along and be friends. And I'm not talking about no fake and phony stuff. I'm talking about really chilling and finding an area that we all are comfortable with. Because I could be on here, or one of my people in the chat could be on here talking about they experienced the death in their family. And I don't mean to be negative, but they could be talking about that, and then somebody else will come in and say, "Well, can we change the conversation because I just had a loss about a week ago, and I'm not comfortable, but I want to hang out in the chat and talk." We can change the conversation. Hey, let's talk about how expensive lettuce is. And I mean that literally. Lettuce is some places is going up to like $3 and $4, and I'm talking about regular iceberg lettuce, not even romaine. Even going in Walmart, the bread, the lettuce was getting to be, I think, at almost $3 at one point, and now all of a sudden they went back down to $1.88. I don't know what the deal is on that, but yeah, just different stuff. Or talk about what? Oh, well, they had a good sale at Winn-Dixie's. You know what I mean? Myers got a good sale going on with the ham. We got all kinds of different stuff to talk about. It was a beautiful day today. It just there's so many things that you can do that connect and touch base and just enjoy this called life. This thing called life, because sometimes we get caught up into so many of the negative things that we have going on that we forget that there's still a lot of good stuff that's happening at the same time. And I have and I'm not going to get into it right now, but I have not even a story, truth of what happened to me when I was told that there was certain treatment that I had to get, and if I didn't get it, I wouldn't live. And how I felt after hearing that, and how I looked at the world when I walked out from getting that diagnosis. You understand what I'm saying? and how I looked around at life still lifing no matter what I was going through. You get what I'm trying to tell you? It doesn't end there. And I think that if you really have a spiritual connection in any kind of way you want to call it, I don't care if a person say they don't believe in God and they're atheists, okay, whatever you believe in that's your higher power, or something that you stand 10 toes down for. Believe in that, because I don't feel that when you're gone, you're gone. It's just a physical space. You know, you may not be in your physical space, but you are still near and dear, you know? And you have to believe that if you want people around you to believe that that lives on after you're gone. If you really want them to believe that you're still around them, you have to believe it first yourself. And I believe it. And I'm not talking about no weird stuff that I'm sitting in the chair in your room, and then at my mom's house she seen me laying across the bed. I don't mean, it's not funny, but I don't mean anything like that. I mean just the connection, the vibe, the feel. That's what I mean. Thank you guys for being here. I see that it done got quiet, so I'm going to stop talking for a while. I'm not going to be playing music because I've been having problems with some music copyrights, and 1 minute they're giving free music and this is the YouTube music provided. Then the next minute the person that the music belongs to decides to charge, but they don't let you know, and then they send that to YouTube, and YouTube is the one that told you could use the music, and then you end up getting the copyright. And I'm not saying this because I'm worried about any money. I'm worried about not being able to hang out with you guys, okay? So that's why I don't have any music playing, but something's gonna pop up. I don't care if I gotta drop a little bit of taste here and there. I'm gonna get it back popping over here. We're gonna chill over here. And so let me stop. But I am gonna get something going. It's gonna take me maybe about a week or so. Plus, I got some surgeries coming up, so I'll have some down times. Like when I'm feeling good enough to use my head and my hands, I'll be able to get on here and do something, and maybe I can look into it because I know nothing about, the technical side of YT really at all. Thank you guys for being here. Much love to everybody and their families. I'm going to stop talking for a while, all right? But I'm still here.